using data, since there have been newspapers, since there have been politicians. And in a way, to me, the point about open data, whether it's data about how politicians voted, or committees they sit on, or data about the environment, or data about who owns companies and how they're structured and so on. The critical thing is it allows different people to take the same data and do different things with it, take their own perspective. Now that comes down to the heart of freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and freedom of thought as well. And I think that's the critical thing, that what we're talking about here with open, in all of these areas, is about that, it's about freedom. Thank you.
Hello. Chris could have talked about open democracy because I'm going to talk about open politics. Now, we're in Weaver's Ward in the London Borough of Tower Hamlets. In a few months' time, the electoral returning officer, who's a publicly appointed officer for Tower Hamlets, will publish a public election notice that says Weaver's Ward, election of members of London Borough of Tower Hamlets Borough. And mates who live in the Borough of Tower Hamlets and who say who you are. You can go and you can sign up and you can stand, and you don't stand a chance. And the reason that you don't stand a chance is not because democracy isn't open. Because all of that stuff's online. There's this thing called the Representation of the People Act, which is way cool. I really recommend you read it. But it's because politics isn't open. So the real challenge I've set for the Open Institute is to work out how to do politics in an open way. And I would say, and not just because this is the thing I love, but it's the hardest thing the Open Institute is going to have to do. And the reason it's the hardest thing is, well, several reasons. The first is that politics requires super openness, right? It's not the open of open days and opening hours where you can just walk in and do it if you want to. It's not even the participatory openness of open source and open university. It's something much more than that, because politics is about the collective. So if Rufus has 1,000 people who are members of the
Was that every single one of these open initiatives, be it open data, open source, open warfare by the look of things, every single one of them is about pushing boundaries. And that's something I'd really like to see from the Open Institute personally. So in the context of economics, what we've had is over the last 150 years, we've had to use something called sampling because we don't have much data, we don't have much connections between the data. What we'd actually like to do, and that creates experts. So people end up being in the economics departments of universities, they end up being political advisors, all these kind of things. And the power sits with them. They're the people who tell us how our economy is actually functioning. The power of open, however, allows us, more and more people, to have access to that data, to that understanding, and be able to form their own conclusions about what is actually happening in the economy. So, for example, as well, I mean, in terms of, I'm sure a lot of you have heard about smart cities and the work that goes on in those areas. One of the biggest problems we face in our work every day is that we don't actually have data to effectively measure anything on a city level. Everything in economics is done at GDP or macroeconomic level, and that's how we measure impact. So I sat down with economists the other day and said, I'd like to measure the impact of ICT in a city. And they said to me, well, I'd roughly estimate that 80% of Britain is urban, so I'd just take some figures on productivity measures of ICT and divide it by 80 for you. I was like, well, that doesn't tell me anything, actually. And that's the power. Through combining the data that we all have, could you hold it up? Sorry, in comparison to everyone else, I'm very quiet. That's the power of open. What I'd really like to see is if we have unique data sets, all different data sets coming together, we can actually combine something, push the boundaries of the economic knowledge, and actually start to really understand what these things mean in a much broader context. And that's all I had to say. I thought we were supposed to be short.
Unexplained absence.
That's okay.
Go for it.
So anyway,
dive in.
yes, open education. I work with higher education, and most people will think about higher education and think about £9,000 fees, and of course the A-level results that come up in August, which decides whether you're going to be able to enter into that institution or not. But you see, the whole point is around institutions, and they may be boring, but they're also quite important. But it's the question is where do you find the balance between opening up that institution to new ideas and new people, but then also maintain the stability within that institution so that you can get a shared platform around which knowledge can be exchanged and also be validated. And I think that's a very important point here. When we say education, what does it actually mean? It may mean learning about new propositional knowledge, it may mean learning about new procedural knowledge. And all of those examples that we had earlier on from the design, all these various different design principles, they're all new applications or repurposing of knowledge that may have been generated somewhere. But the challenge then for us is how do you disseminate that? And universities around the UK and around the world have been, since the 19th century, even the Open University as well have been trying to open up their doors to let people in. They've been putting out resources, they've been disseminating their research. But somewhere along the line, they always maintain control over the validation of that knowledge. And it's a question of how do we balance between the generation of the new and the validation of what you need to know. And there are innovations that are going on. I don't know if anybody's heard of Coursera. It's a free online course platform, but what you get there is the content. You can learn about what the ideas that academics, such as our colleague there, are coming up with, and they'll structure that information for you in a way that makes it accessible, and you can take it away and use it. But where the really interesting innovations are happening is around networked peer-to-peer learning. Now, today is an example of that. We bring together our ideas, we've come to a physical space to do it. Increasingly we're doing it online. But the challenge that we still have then is where does the expert knowledge sit within that? And how is it that we can mediate the knowledge between a certain sort of point of expertise to another and then turn that into something practical? And because from there, if we do it well, then we get the new innovations and the new ideas going on around about the globe. But yes, the university continues to be very important for that. Because don't forget, we get £5 billion worth of public funding to generate research and new ideas and new knowledge. There are new guys who are sort of coming up with new ways of doing this, but there's a lot of money floating around that underpins a lot of this. So there's always going to be a challenge around sustainability of the institution. So it'll be interesting to see how long the commitment lasts from the Mayor of London, and hopefully we can come up with some decent ideas so that they take it on board in government as well. There we go.
I was delighted to hear about peer-to-peer learning events. We're involved with an organisation called Peer-to-Peer University, doing School of Data, so it's very exciting. Okay, over to our final panelist. Do you want to sit?
Yeah.
Go for it. Okay. Be different.
So, thank you for saying be different. David and I, we worked together in the past, and we saw each other this morning. Said, this would be balancing for our discussion. I'll give you just a brief background so you know that I'm not as optimistic as everyone else, and this comes from experience. I helped launch one laptop per child, $100 laptop out of the MIT Media Lab. I consulted with the governments of Sri Lanka, Rwanda, Kenya, all of these places around peer-to-peer learning, open education. I've worked in public health at the University of Oxford doing research. My faculty in Switzerland, where we do culture and philosophy, includes people like Slavoj Žižek, I'm sure you've heard of. So what seems here as a conservative tone, at least in the beginning, is rooted in a background, practical background, research background with all of these people and institutions. To start maybe with education, I'll just comment on some of my colleagues' notes. So OLPC, peer-to-peer education, we launched it in Kenya, putting the most sophisticated technology into the hands of children with the expectation that children want to build their own educational material. Within 24 hours, all of the 500 laptops were completely, within 24 hours, all of the 500 laptops, Raspberry Pi, it's not really because children don't like to build their own toys. It's being used by adults who are building it to build their own toys. If we look at telecoms or data and open data, so there's been this leak of the government spies on you, which all of us already knew. But most of you may know, some of you may know, that your O2 or whatever major telecom, I've worked with some of them, they all record all of your telephone conversations, all of your texts, all of the data, and they keep a copy with your name and location and everything else. Very few people in those organizations have access to it, but imagine if anyone had access to it. All of your private conversations, your love notes, all of that was made available on the black market for sale or just posted up on the internet. Biobanking and all of this genetic research. A lot of that progress comes from having stolen genetic material from the developing world, and that genetic material was taken from there because in the West there are laws requiring anonymity for the genetic donor, but also in the developing world. This material can locate particular members of particular families, which means if they have a disease, that information, which has to, by law, be duplicated on servers in China and around the world. Many of these are insecure servers. The big fear among the public health community is this will go either on the black market or be posted, and these kinds of people will not be able to get insurance, and it's already happening in some places. Now, these kinds of people will not be able to get insurance, and it's already happening in some places. Now, these kinds of people will not be able to get insurance, and it's already happening in some places. Now, these kinds of people will not be able to get insurance, and it's already happening in some places. Now, these kinds of people will not be able to get insurance, and it's already happening in some places. Now, these kinds of people will not be able to get insurance, and it's already happening in some places. Now, these kinds of people will not be able to get insurance, and it's already happening in some places. Now, addition to being ethical yourself. And so, I could go on about this for a while. The most important thing is to think really carefully about not everyone who is going to participate in this open community has these shared values. And we currently don't have an educational system or other civic infrastructure which supports the development of ethical persons. And that we really need to think about in terms of open education, and why I'm here thinking about an open institute which should make ethics at its core.
We now have some time for questions. So just in case, just to add to that last one, just if you think that open data is going to help you run faster, jump higher, as that spray advert had it, get the beautiful girl, fly, won't. As Cassius told us, that the full tip route lies not in our stars but in ourselves. And it's an interesting question, I think, that you're adding realism there about what we can and can't expect. It cannot perform human nature necessarily. And I think there was a thing that was great, so I think we can go back, and it was in your talk. What do we mean by open here? Because most of the comments you had, which I think were really spot on, but were about data. Whether open data or other technology, I think it's a really good point, because it's like WikiLeaks. Is WikiLeaks open, or is it just about data? But I think we're over to the audience now. Got one? Is there, take a group of questions. You've got the mic, roving mic, with that program.
Hi, thank you for that.
Do you want to just say your name?
Oh, sure, my name's Earl, A-R-A-L. Question, there was like a common thread, ethics, politics, vote, and I especially enjoyed your talk about the ethical side of it. But one thing that nobody touched upon specifically with regards to that is the topic of publicly traded multinational corporations and how open can exist in an atmosphere or in a ecosystem led by these institutions that we've created where ethics are not at the heart of that. If we have open systems that are then usurped by these corporations, how does that work? And also, how do we build ethics into something where, in its genetics, in its DNA, it's really about quarter-on-quarter growth and maximizing shareholder profit? They're legally obliged. If this is the dominant paradigm, how does open fit into this?
Okay, I would suggest also that we take, is that okay? Take a couple, two,
Yeah,
three
sure.
questions, then the panel. Is there anyone else you'd like to ask? One here and one gentleman there. Let's go.
Yeah, I want to ask a question about well, as far as I can see, most of the presentation so far have been about the optimistic side of openness and then the dangers of openness. My question is about the relationship between the two. In 2005, I did a project which was based on data mining of the NSA, which was called Open Secret. The open source WikiLeaks style defenses, the open source cryptographic software, which is the most secure, and those sorts of open forms of immunization to, if you like, naive openness, are in a way two sides of the same coin. You can look at it systemically as a form of like open immunity. I think it is very dangerous to have a naive openness, but if you also build in openness as a defense strategy, you can create some quite robust ecologies.
Hi, my name's Ben. Kind of just picking up on those two previous questions for me, I think I'd really like to hear kind of a reaction from the panelists on. There seems to be a theme about trust. What's the place of trust? How does say a small, not very wealthy nation trust that when it shares in an open fashion with a larger, wealthier nation, how do they trust that that exchange is truly going to be equal? And then link to that kind of validity as well. I've got two web pages open on my phone. One which says that the Earth is flat, the other says that the Earth is round. Another two web pages, one which says that Syria is doing terrible things to its citizens. Another which says that Syria is the victim of black propaganda by other nations. So, in an open society, how do you respond to the challenge of trust? and then the challenge of validity.
Is there any other questions? One other over there, then we will take it.
Feel free to boo and hiss about what I'm about to say. But as a former employee of Lehman Brothers, I'm very interested to see if the open data, open everything, will help prevent what happened a few years ago.
Okay. You want to go into your panel? Why do you want to pick? We'll just go from the centre, pick and choose. There's one particular. Just to summarise, right? So we have multinationals, evil. How's open going to stop them corrupting politics society and exaggerating? But one question about security. We have truth, which is just having information doesn't lead to the correct opinions. I'm brutally simplifying, and you should collar me afterwards. And the other is can we prevent Lehman Brothers? But I think you're pick and choose. Not all.
I think the one that I did want to pick up on is how do we live in the world, or how do we handle the world of multinational corporations, which actually was a common thread between a couple of questions. I think the answer to me from that is that government has more power than you think it does. It just chooses not to use it. And you have to remember that government is the sole controller of the space in which we live. And it has the ability to make the choice to require rules on those who participate in those spaces. People can move around them flexibly when it comes to tax, but you can't move a shop from one place to another. You can't move a Labour Brothers office from one place to another very easily. So I would say that there is a role for government, and there is also a role for supranational institutions. But those again have to be democratic.
Brilliant. Chris.
I want to come back.
You want to come back?
I know the multinational thing, so I kind of want to see what other people are.
Okay, good.
So I'll quickly touch on a couple. One regarding corporations, organizing corporations. David, Indy, Olivia some time ago talked about creating a Masters of Business Integrity. I think that's part of it, and making sure that this is part of, like a robust ethics is part of education. Also, someone like a chief ethics officer is required for all corporations. Regarding trust, I would say repeat something a friend of mine told me a long time ago. Keep an open mind, but also when your brains fall out. Regarding the relationship between danger and promise, ethics is of course all about relationships, and so once again the ethics domain. And I would say regarding the kinds of relationships, Wittgenstein, to paraphrase, said ethics isn't about choosing to about doing good and avoiding evil. It's about choosing who to harm. That harm is inescapable, and so there's an ethical obligation to know the context as well as you can, understand who you will harm as well as who you will benefit, and choose both who you are going to benefit or who you are going to harm.
You can't say nothing if you want. It's fine.
No, I was going to say something on the trust and validity. I mean, it's a big challenge, and I guess it does come back to the question about institutions. I mean, you framed it in terms of international dimension there, so I mean, do we look towards supranational institutions or international institutions as well? But then, your question picks up on questions of power. So where we go from there, I don't really know. The point about being open, though, I guess it gives a great opportunity to scrutinise whether somebody is not being open. And then if there's genuinely benefits in being open, those benefits may be accruing to those organisations, institutions who go open. But the question is whether there are more benefits being open than being closed. And I think that is something that we're trying to test out here. Whether it's going to go or not, I don't know. I mean, it's international relations we're talking about there. It's the business dilemma sort of captured in one. So we'll see.
Yeah, okay. I guess touching on multinational corporations, I mean, I worked for multinational corporations for 15 years. To be honest, I don't think they actually set out deliberately to do evil. I've got to be honest. Most of them are just average, everyday people, turn up to work every day, just need their wages to go home to their wife and their kids or whatever. They're not actually out to destroy society. One thing, however, I think is that multinational corporations are also struggling with massive new levels of complexity, the same way that everyone else is. So I think openness can actually help. If we could get transparency a little bit more in different parts of society and open it up and understand how to create rather than most solutions these days are very siloed. They still sit siloed, even in the era of open data. So if you get a more of a systemic view of the different consequences and how these systems link together, I think it would benefit everybody, including multinationals, but also wider society. I don't know if you agree with that.
Well, no, it's one thing that struck me from one of my colleagues' forum was somebody saying that if you don't mind, you can get a lot done if you don't mind who gets the credit for it. And I think there's something really interesting about that in the idea of open. And I don't think there's much point spending a lot of time defining what open is anymore. People have been doing it for a very long time. I think if you're talking about an institution, I think today is a great opportunity to even say whether this is an institution or a thing or a framework or what it is. So I think that those are just two points.
So multinational is what we do every day, in terms of mapping, understanding, making sense of corporations and companies. And I think there's a number of issues here. I could talk about trust and the other things, but I'm going to concentrate on multinationals and the financial, the Lehman Brothers question. And I want to preface by saying, just in case anyone got me wrong, I'm not an optimist. I am deeply pessimistic about the future. I think we're going to hell in a handbasket, and I think there's maybe a 10% chance that we won't do. And if I can make that 11%, then during the course of my life, then I'll have had a worthwhile life. Okay. So don't let me. But open data is going like this. Closed data is going like this. Multinationals. There are a number of things that distinguish them and distinguish it's not really true to call them multinationals. It's much more transnational. These are corporations that are everywhere and nowhere at the same time. BP, is BP a British company? Actually, it's more of an American company. It's got more employees, it's got more profit there, and so on. And that's one of the issues, and that governments do have power. Some governments have power, anyhow. But actually, it's quite difficult for them to exercise, and they generally only have power within their borders. And when you have things where, and they also have power within the laws that they have passed. I did a presentation about a year and a bit ago at the Open Knowledge Conference about fiction and about how this is all about asymmetries of fiction, not even about asymmetries of information, but asymmetries of fiction. And laws are deliberately high friction to avoid them being passed quickly and easily. But when you have the world is changing so quickly, and people can use that change and mold themselves that change much more quickly than the laws can, and those laws are nevertheless bounded by the jurisdictions, we have real difficulties here. So you have organisations, the best of which, things like Google and so on, are very good at adapting themselves, good at reacting very quickly, good at playing off the laws from different jurisdictions, which have been where there are always going to be gaps. That's what the corporate lawyers are the world's most successful, best hackers. When you think of hacking as taking a rule set and using it for a different set of rules. So I think the thing that we have to do, the other thing is most of the people that do work for multinationals are good people, but those HSBC people that nearly killed HSBC because of the HSBC money laundering that was exposed by the Senate last year, nearly killed HSBC, which would have taken down the UK financial system, which would have taken the European financial system down. Did it, were nice people because they had incentives to do this. So this is fundamentally about the incentives that the opacity gives, that the structures give, and that the ability to cross jurisdiction is. So I think that's the critical point about it. I just want to make one point about the Lehman Brothers. One point, and it comes on to the issue about open economics. There's some really interesting potential for open economics. One of the things is the fundamental problem with financial markets, with financial data, is that it's all closed data fundamentally. London Stock Exchange, private company. All the stock exchanges are fundamentally private companies. The data that they produce is under proprietary licenses. Even the identifiers that stocks are, the US stocks are, use a thing called QSIP, proprietary data on a proprietary license. What you have is huge amounts of data that was being produced, and actually the regulators had access to without any difficulty, and everybody had the same incentive to do things. The only people who had an incentive because you had to buy it. You know, you can't just get this; you had to buy it. The only people who could justify buying it were those who could make a margin on it. Whether that was to say we're just going to have the merry-go-round go faster, or whether that's to a hedge fund and say we're going to bet on it crashing. We've got to have this open, otherwise we won't be able to have other incentives. Because it's not a question of just access to data, it's about having different opinions, different perspectives on the financial information. That's what's going to help us solve the next financial crisis or stop it from happening.
Okay, I'm sadly informed that we'll be wrapping this down at this point. But two things. So one is that after this, we're going to go to the tables, and you are encouraged. We're going to break up into groups around business, ethics, governance, and education are the 4 topics. I do feel, given probably people wanted to go for it, it's open. You could probably invent 1 meeting or 2 even, but those are the vocal ones you can see on the table here. Wow, I'm going to read out. The things that you're going to kind of break up in the chat. I think the other is as a kind of coda to this, which is I think it's the kind of fertility. It's like a new field that we're tilling. I think one of the exciting things is both the potential to hold power to account, but also to create new business models, to integrate, to do new forms of creativity and collaboration. I think is really I am excited that even a form of ethics around that we may have, which should kind of, I guess, woven into everything that we do. But I think that's the key point here, is the sense of what is the rich field that we are tilling, the rich field of owning. Do you want to add anything at the end?
I would like to add just one quick note.
Just really straight.
It's my party. No. I think this morning we've seen from Anand's examples of it's real. This isn't a speculative, hypothetical world. It's happening. To then the panel discussion chaired by Rufus, that it raises some pretty big questions. I think that's the scope of where we are, and moving to the tables. I would just encourage that I'm by nature actually a pragmatist. I accept what is being said and simply say, so what? And that's really what I want to lay down. We have an opportunity to do something. I think the panel discussion, well, both presentations, have actually made is the proof case. We don't have answers, we need to find answers. We need an infrastructure to help us find those answers. So for me, I take that as a validation, but we need to move the debate on to what might those answers look like. I go back to my 19th century institutions, well-meaning people in the face of huge industrial progress and advances in knowledge, saying, how as a society do we assimilate that? And actually, it's a stuffy old word from that period. Yes, the institutions we see in London, there's a little graph over there on the wall of where did those lofty places like the Reform Club, the Victoria and Albert Museum, Zoological Society of London, and it's a popular thing, the Football Association, all from a similar period of rapid change, emergence of new, and society trying to assimilate it. We need to actually act. And so I charge you all with going to the tables. I assume there's something to eat or drink, maybe, but actually try and put our minds together now and think, so what? So what do we do in the face of this? Okay, thank you.
and to counter them sometimes requires subtlety discussion, and I think that's a thing. I think the point about the transparency meeting, which is in this country started with the whole expenses scandal. Not that transparency is it's basically allowed us to get some of the things which we require to have very subtle conversations in the past. And so I think these are really good exercises. That presentation, just on slideshow about housing and fiction, to me, while I was writing it, the more I did it, the more worried I got about the future, because of the nature of high fiction, deliberately high fiction nature of government, so that you don't quickly descend into totalitarian states and so on. Nevertheless, but that information thing is, was it all right? And even if we end up with, we move from this tiny area to this wider area, then the chance that there's wider area we have different opinions and different interests in doing things is, so if we've got, let's say, 100 people in India that are where the world is land, and you increase that to 10,000 people. 10,000 people is tiny in relation to the population, and nevertheless there are going to be enough of those 10,000 different perspectives, different interests, different beliefs, that you are nevertheless widening the discussion. So I don't think we're going to, like I said, we're not moving to one path, and it's not going to make it go to sunny Elysian uplands and so on, but nevertheless, it can make it slightly better. Or rather, it gives democracy a chance still to exist in the future, maybe, if we can work out what democracy means. Cool. Definitely, yeah. So, I actually did know something from Imperial on Monday. He was at an event that Duke of York was organising about, I think it seemed like he was quite senior from Imperial on the research, on the basically. I'll dig out his name in a second. Possibly, yeah. We're doing quite a lot with Sloan Foundation, and one of the things that they've given us grants for the corporate hierarchy stuff. And one of the things that they, and actually for the next bit of work that we're doing, which is putting in almost every single bit of data, what we want ultimately to have every single bit of data, public data, government-collected data, monetary data, including financial market data and something like that. But financial markets going to have to come a little bit, because even without that, we're talking about billions of documents, so we're talking about big stuff. And then, but one of the things that Sloan are quite keen to is to try and find, people doing academic research into our database, essentially using our database for academic research, and what they can find. So they're really keen to help. They love what we're doing, which is why even we're for profit. So Sloan to fund a for profit means that it's pretty good. But they're really keen, and we are as well, to have people be doing academic research into the increasing corpus of data as well. And by would we love to, I mean potentially we'll give grants to as well to help support it.
So what I'll do is drop you an email with some stuff.
Cool.
I'll let you know.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Are you running?
No, good.
Okay, because I'm just with all the speakers, all the experts, I'm just getting a few words today, so...
Yeah.
Go for it.
Well, I mean, we're basically open data institutes. And I mean, I was on Mayor of London's Digital Advisory Board at some point. In some respects, we were moving to New York or to DC, but I live in London, and my son goes to school in London, and I like living in London, and I want to stay living in London, so but that's why I'm based here. But essentially, it could be anywhere. about London is that you've got central government giving, of course, many contradictory signals, but at the same time, genuinely signing up for open data and genuinely doing things about open data and about open government and that. As I said, many contradictory, sometimes they use things which may close and so on. But never doing that, there's a good basis for that. I think the point about London in this context is that London is a big city, it's a cultural city, there's lots to do with that as well. It's also great from it's a huge financial sector. We're not using that, we ought to be using the open and financial, open, much more than we are doing as a city.
So I mean, this is what about the internet, this is like the military and
right, yeah. And by products and financial, do you actually mean financial products? Right, okay, yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah, of course. That often happens, yeah.
Design something unexpected to become an easy. So that's what a lot of these discussions are.
Yeah.
How am I how is
Absolutely. Well, I've also done some ones where I've done a presentation. If you drop me an email, I'll send you the link. But I did a presentation about how open data can be good for business as well. So that might be good for that. So, yeah, and it's on SlideShare. But if you can't find it, just drop me an email. Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, very good. I really need to go to the toilet. Have you got like a minute? 1 minute. Okay. Great.
off now if you have a decision.
Hello. Hey, hello Simon. Nice to see you. How are you? How are you?
I'm Fraser.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Are we met?
We haven't met. I think
Oh, okay.
nice to see you. Yes. Are we going to have everyone on stage here? I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, what I think is going to...
Ah, okay. Right.
Alec, yeah. Sorry. The leather chairs are for people that are presenting in this session. So just sit anywhere here.
So are we going to have everyone on stage? Yes, I presume.
Yeah.
Or am I calling them up one by
Well, I
one?
thought we could do it one by one, then they sit down. And then when they're all, when the first four are there, we can take questions. Does that make sense?
That's cool.
Just invite them on one-on-one to
And do I use this microphone?
Just push that for power to screen.
Okay.
Wait till everybody's
And do these work?
That's just for Matt, he's streaming it. That's for Matt, he's streaming it.
Okay, so I shouldn't stand here.
Well, no, you can stand there, that's fine. That's where everybody's been standing today.
So the streaming is...
I don't know what the streaming looks like. I presume Matt knows what he's doing. He could be streaming that way as well. I don't know.
Fine.
I'm not worried about that. Does that sound good?
Yep.
So, you know, invite them up. The first one up to share his idea. Sit down.
I need to.
You're talking in this session?
I'm
Great. Very nice to meet you. Yes, I am chair and facilitate as much say as little as possible.
I'm going on saying sort of structure.
Great. I'm going to ask everyone to try and stick to 5 minutes. So I'll give a sort of 5-minute signal. So this is the first speaker. If you can stick to that, it'll make the precedent all the more powerful. Is that all right?
Yeah. Can you give me
a 4-minute warning or so?
I'll just get my phone and do it.
No. Yeah. You can do that as well. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to do the same thing. Brilliant.
sir. Well, very well.
Good stuff. Just want to look at the clicking device. That's the clicking device.
Yep.
How does it work? It's pointing at this, I think. It's pointing at this, no? It's like a rave light, isn't it?
It looks suspiciously like it was plucked from the ceiling of Westminster.
Yes.
I really.
It may well be. This is true. This is true. It's also, yeah, I hope I can stay on message. That's, hey. Fred Garnett just said the future of open is also herding cats, as it seems, and he is right. But we are now going to start this next debate, this next session. And as you all slowly finish your conversations and the room goes a little bit quieter, I can introduce this session. Although I am very glad to see that many conversations seem difficult to break. Many people do want to continue debating. That's good. That is very good. It also makes my task ever so slightly more difficult. I want to get started. My name is Joost Beunerman. I'm a member of 00. I was also, 2 years ago, one of the writers of the Compendium for the Civic Economy, which charted the rise of new types of local civic economic initiatives, revitalizing places, creating opportunities for work, creating new types of renewable energy in places that were failed by the public sector. In charting that rise of this civic economy, we realized how important it is that in Britain we don't just have a growing social enterprise sector, that social enterprise sector itself becomes more open. It's great to have cooperatives, but it's even better to have open cooperatives that
make openness fundamental to everything they do. I'm also one of the directors of Hub Islington, and one of the co-founders at this moment in time of Hub Launchpad, which is a an accelerator program co-funded by the Cabinet Office for new ventures in the open sector. So the open venture movement is something that we, over the next 3 or 4 years, want to help accelerate through actually investing in and creating learning programs for the next range of open ventures. And it is about these open ventures that this session will be. What we're going to do is, having heard this morning a series of examples of what's already happening, having had a theoretical and fundamental debate about some of the parameters of openness, we're now going to look at 8 examples of projects that people are currently working on in this domain. And these are a wide range of examples, which I'm very pleased with. Now, the 8 speakers, they'll all tell you in detail who they are, what they're working on, how it relates to open, and what a future Open Institute could do to support it, because that's, after all, what we're after. What is it that is lacking in terms of support structures at this moment in time? How is it that we can support good ideas to root and grow and flourish? What infrastructure, what platforms do we need? What ethos is it that we need to be supporting in practice? May I invite now the first speaker. All these speakers, by the way, have obviously volunteered to be questioned by you as well. So they'll speak for 5 minutes, not much longer than 5 minutes. We'll take them in a group of 4, and then we'll throw it over to your question, your questioning, your prodding, your feedback. Let me start with Ed. I would say, come up, introduce yourself, and take the floor for the next 5 minutes. Cool, thanks. And I will be timing.
So will I.
So,
hello, good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to cut to the chase because I'm pretty sure that everyone in this room is smarter than I am, and that we can have more interesting conversations thinking and talking about stuff rather than listening to me. So, what if I told you that for 36p a day, you could double pupil attainment in schools? That you could cut truancy, improve behaviour, and essentially get more children learning more faster? The simple answer is that you put good food in school meals. That's it. And that's all it costs, is just 36p a day. Now, exactly the same thing happens in hospitals as well. If you put good food on the menus in hospitals, patients are happier, and they get better, faster, they spend less time in hospital, everyone wins. And when a hospital in Nottingham did it recently, saying, can we put fresh food on our menus? They found out that they could, and in doing so, they saved £800,000 a year. That £800,000 a year, not that £800,000 because they didn't spend that. The other money that they did spend on their local food went into the local economy, because fresh food is typically local, goes to more small enterprises, and so you kick off local economic multipliers. So, our mission is to rewire the food system. Both because it just makes a better food system, like I've just demonstrated with schools and hospitals and public health generally, but also because we have to, because we're essentially running out of the we're running out of the resources to keep the food system working as it is at the moment. So if we can just put the good food on the shelves and on the menus, everyone wins. So there are lots of big corporates who have access to tons of data about the food system, and in doing so, they become dominant food players. So they know what's being grown, where, when, who's going to need it, and so on. SMEs, which comprise about 96% of the food sector in the UK, don't have access to that data. They're busy, they're poor, so on. So we thought, hang on, can we just ask everyone, who are you, where are you, what do you do, who do you do it with? And then take and pull and analyse that data and push it back to them as market intelligence. Sorry, I only just did this morning, so I'm not exactly sure what my slides are. So here's an example. So these guys down here, they've got coriander. They're trying to find in fact, no, I'm going to skip that one because it's not that interesting. No, I'm not. I'm going to do it. So they've got coriander. They've got a surplus of coriander. They're looking for markets. They've got this stuff that would make them about £200 if they could sell it. Not a great deal of difference, but bearing in mind their annual turnover is about 20,000, it makes quite a lot of difference. If they could do that every month, that would be great. This guy up here in the top right, as you look at it, makes pesto. He buys the pesto, he buys the coriander off them for 200 quid, sells it for 800 quid out to local farm shops, who then sell it for £2,200. And all of a sudden, you've got about £3,000 worth of local economic activity from something that was going to become compost. So by smoothing out these surfaces, by knowing who's got what where and who wants what where, you can do a whole bunch of brokerage and make everything better. But it's not just small utopias, like little rooftop farms, little small agriculture. That's, it's nice and it's great, but that has more social impact than food system impact. We also need to get farm-scale agriculture going in peri-urban areas, in regional areas, and create sustainable food systems at large. So we've built this directory, this B2B food trade application. So you can put in what you're looking for, you can then filter by type, and so you can say, I'm looking for organic, and then actually I'm looking for wholesale organic. Filter the people near you so you know who to trade with, it makes it easier. And then, of course, you can drill down, find information about those businesses, and easily communicate with them en masse. So it takes away the barriers to participation in sustainable food systems. So what we're looking for is, let's skip that. We're looking for developers to come and help us out, to use this data, because the opportunities here are epic. If you know that, for example, these businesses here are all delivering into these few businesses here, then you've got a logistics optimization opportunity here. So you can take that data that we've got about this, push it out to Shuttle or Shipley, put it open on an open bid, take a little cut on the courier or something, or find ways of helping people aggregate this data, push it out to Postmates so you can get nice swarm delivery systems. There's tons of cool stuff. Working out where's the optimal place for an abattoir in this area here, because all these guys seem to be going off to an abattoir over here and then coming back again. So could there be a mobile abattoir? So you're highlighting those opportunities for collaboration, for new business development, for cost saving. And that's my 5 minutes. So I'm going to wrap it up there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and we'll move swiftly on to Alice. Where is Alice? Alice is here. Alice, introduce yourself and take a look.
Thank you. Hello. So my name is Alice Osborne, and thank you for having me. I've done my very best to create the most digital professional slides going. So I did them all in about half an hour on Friday. So forgive me for my sketchbook and my pen and my iPhone. The combination of the three made the slides that you see today. So my name is Alice, and I work across projects around ageing and care homes and end of life. Very passionate about supporting environments for older people to really thrive in. And at the moment, I work at an organisation called My Home Life, and what we do is we support care homes to deliver great quality care for those that are living and dying and visiting. So we take a very holistic approach to supporting care homes, and we do that through a leadership programme to support care home managers to shift from what can be quite a prescriptive way of leading to a much more democratic leadership. And by encouraging to kind of give stuff away, leave on time, look after yourself, very much about nurturing people to do the great jobs that they do. And at the moment, my job is to support the 2,000 care homes in London to share best practice between each other. So what I've found is that the expertise is very much within the people that work in these environments, and care home managers is
especially are kind of pivotal within that role. So what we're trying to do is create some small systems to support them to share great ideas with other care home managers, with other areas, and to design kind of some resources to help them to do that. Now I'll show you my next slide. So, I was thinking about how to make care homes open, and when I started working in care homes, I really wanted to make them open. And when I first went into them, I realised how far kind of back in time a lot of them could be. So I just wanted to share with you kind of, at the minute, what is sadly creating care homes that are closed. They're very much, we want to shut our doors, we don't want to let anybody in. We have programs like Panorama that accentuate all of the really bad things that could happen and do occasionally, really sadly, but actually there are hundreds of care homes doing great things, but because it's not shared, we don't see it. And I'm really, what we find a lot is that care homes can feel really isolated, so they're trying really, really hard to do the best that they can, but actually very anxious because we're trying to make sure we do what's right for CQC, for our local authority, for our providers. And some of the conversations earlier on around the challenges of businesses and corporations around openness. The problem with care homes is that in the NHS we have one provider, and although it's becoming more privatised, we still have one basis, whereas within care homes you have thousands of providers, and everyone has their own agenda. And when you have the care homes in the middle of that, they're like, it's really, really hard to do your job well. And under the kind of challenges and sometimes hard kind of conditions that are set in order to kind of help these places do their jobs is really difficult. So I would like to get rid of these kind of care homes and develop much more of an open idea of what an open care home might look like. And it was really nice to think about this because the care homes want it, they want more than ever to open their doors to let people live, to allow people to get an understanding of actually care homes might not be as you might imagine them, but if we give them more opportunities to open their doors and let people see what they're actually like, people's perceptions could shift as well. I'm also really passionate about creating resources which allow residents, relatives and staff to be way more engaged and involved in meaningful improvement. So at the minute, one of the resources I'm designing is helping managers to have conversations with staff and residents and relatives to get a better sense of people's experiences with the intention of improving that. And for me, there's lots of tools that are happening now around open in terms of participation, collaboration, even the smallest things around sharing information, For me, what's really important is that we think about places like this that we can transfer that learning into. And just one of the projects I worked on last year was Spots of Time, where the project was trying to support care homes to open their doors through getting more volunteers in to provide activities. So often in a care home you'll have 100 residents, one activities coordinator, loads of hours in the day. So we were trying to match these things up. It was around helping care homes open their doors. But we really struggled. Often a lot of care homes only have 2, maybe 3 computers if you're really lucky. One's going to be for the manager to deal with all of the emails that she gets all day that stop her from kind of really doing that job of being on the floor. And I'm really interested in how new open source kind of ideas or technologies can help places like care homes to have more structural systems around getting rid of dealing with paperwork all the time, so that you can actually look after the people in your care home and staff. also, you go and speak to one care manager and they've got such great ideas, but because of their role, they feel quite isolated. So there's not a culture around sharing, and that's something that I'd really, really love to cultivate. And I know I'm talking about care homes here, but actually the application of these thoughts or ideas, I think, can be across lots of different platforms. So really like your ideas.
Thank you. I look forward to discussing that in more detail. I'd now like to invite Simon. There you are. Open source infrastructure that mitigates potential dangers of digital exclusivity. And you have 5 minutes for that as well.
Okay. Thank you. I think I'm listed down here on talking about open design, which is actually a pretty broad area, and I think somebody else might be talking about that too. So I'm kind of focusing on the kind of making side of stuff here. This first slide is from an event that we were involved in a couple of weeks ago, which is the RSA's Future Maker Day. And there was a whole lot of stalls there with kind of robots and bits and pieces, and we had a business cards that people cut up and stick together, which was quite a nice contrast, but it kind of, the image sort of covers what I want to talk about, which is kind of how to create maximum participation in the design of things, which I think is actually quite a big, complex thing to talk about. Right, I use this picture because this is a Fab Lab. I won't say where, you might know where it is. But it's really interesting because it's a kind of open space to go and make things. But the first thing I see when I see the room is that I don't know how any of that stuff works. And there's somebody busying away with this kind of thing, working on something, making something. But it's an interesting idea when we talk about open, that open is open to some people, but not necessarily to other people. We might think because the tools make it open, the data's available, we think it's fairly accessible because it's on the web. That doesn't mean everybody can take part in it, and therefore you lose a huge amount of the creativity and the possibility of people to actually take part in that process. So I kind of think that, it's a little bit of a meta-design thing, that open actually needs design. We need to think about how we use open, how we implement it, how we include people in that process. So what do we need to consider for open participation, say, in making, in designing objects? There's a whole list of stuff that we could talk about, but in kind of 5 minutes I've brought it down to sort of 3 things, which I think might be quite a good starting point for a conversation. First, I think, is an idea of open minds. This idea that just because we could make things, just because it's possible to make things, design things together, it doesn't mean that we naturally have the ability to think that way. A lot of us, as we get older, we kind of have this ability to pick up things and make things with them and do things and respond to physical objects. We lose that capability. I think there's a whole thing to be done when we talk about everybody participating in design and making, where we have to start to re-sensitize people to the idea that they have the creativity and the capability to actually make things, to show that they can do it, that they can take part, that they've got the ability to do that. I think open minds is a kind of really important aspect of engaging people with the process. And in regard to kind of this in the first slide, I think spaces is a really interesting idea as well. At the moment, some of the kind of things we see emerging as places where people can get together and design things are still fairly inaccessible. A lot of the new facilities that we see around design, manufacture, making are appearing on university campuses or in business parks or in kind of specialist buildings. And immediately you have a kind of thing where this isn't necessarily a space where people feel they can go and take part in this process. And when I talk about spaces, we don't just mean physical spaces, but on the web. How do you find people where they are and engage them in a process of design and make and manufacture in a way, in a kind of situation that suits them? And I think this is actually, I think you mentioned at the beginning, but the tools one is a really interesting one from my perspective. At the first slide, when I was showing the kind of bits of paper card and the way that we kind of approach people to engage them in a kind of exploration process about what they could make and how they could build upon each other's designs. We chose a tool that everybody pretty much could use, which is 5 bits of card and some scissors. And we chose it because we wanted to get the ideas and the creativity out of people to engage them in the process without the barrier of things that they have to learn or didn't understand. And I think there's a whole lot of work to be done around how we create a tool set and how we connect that tool set together to actually make it possible for people to all participate in some kind of open design and open making process. People talk about the digital divide and people's different level of skill using the web and digital technologies. As we start to move to a scenario where everybody can be engaged in a kind of design process or a making process, we're going to potentially see another divide where the people who've got the capability and the skills to make things are separated from the people who don't know how to use these technologies, who aren't engaged with the technologies. But that doesn't mean that they're not able to solve the problems, that they don't have needs to make things, that they don't have requirements and creativity to engage in a design process. So the way that you look at that, how you kind of make sure that gap doesn't grow, doesn't kind of become a problem is really important. So kind of the simple proposition to kind of get the whole of open design and that kind of thing down to 5 minutes is to say there's a few exercises that I think are important. We need to design this. We need to think about what things need to happen if we're going to kind of get participation in an open process. That's about mapping out how that process works, how different people could be involved, where it happens already, where it could happen. It's about experimenting. Experimenting is a really important part of this. Trying to draw out the individual kind of aspects and creativity of people and see how that works. And I put interfacing, this idea that just because I don't know how to use a computer doesn't mean that I should be excluded from the process of something that involves a computer. One of the best graphic designers I know never touches a computer. That doesn't mean that he can't do it, it's just the way it kind of works. I think that's interesting related back to the open source movement. That means the only people designing software in the open source movement are programmers, which you may or may not think is a good thing. And streamlining, getting rid of all the waste in this process. You connect people up, you map it out, you work out how these things work together, you can be more efficient, you can make better things, and you can make things that people need and that suit their needs. Is that 5 minutes?
Thank you, Simon. And I'm now going to invite Quentin. Where is Quentin? Is there? He has is going to propose a project dealing with the overwhelming amount of data in this world.
Indeed. Thank you very much, and it's lovely to be here. So this is kind of an idea that has been in my head for quite a long time, and I've been talking about it. I'm far from an expert on it, but maybe I should explain where I come from when eventually my slides get here. I work for the Hub Westminster. I started to do business development there. Actually, what I really do now is more of a catalyst. I go around it and I look at what are the emerging areas of practice that are really interesting, and I try to make the right connections and push things in that general direction. I, before that, worked for 10 years in retail and became incredibly frustrated. Sourcing goods out in the Far East, bringing them back, we sold them all over the world in toy shops, and I found the whole process incredibly painful because I was trying to get ethical packaging and ethical products and manufacturing techniques and all of this, and I couldn't make it happen for several reasons. So this is where this idea comes from. I'm just going to carry on because I don't have the slides. We make informed choices. Informed choices are what on a daily basis defines us, I think. And what I'm really interested in is informed consumer choices. So I try quite hard to make those informed choices, and I do it through several lenses. One of them might be economics. Can I afford it? Another one might be proximity, but then there are other things. There are my ethics, there's my environmental considerations. There's all of these massive frames that I look through, and every person's frames will be different. And they are different. Some people have specific diets, whether they're fad diets or they're for health reasons. Other people have religious things that might restrict what they can and can't buy. My kind of proposal is, that doing this on a daily basis, trying to go through this huge thought process of can I buy this, can't I buy this, it's just overwhelming. Roy F. Baumeister in 2003 wrote a paper calling it decision fatigue. And this is the fact that you make so many decisions in a day, and slowly your ability to make those decisions deteriorates. And it's not just you and me walking around Tesco's. They did a study on judges. Judges make much better decisions in the morning. Try and get a morning slot if you can, because by the afternoon they're tired, they're overwhelmed, and the decisions start to deteriorate. So it's not just your average common person. Now what I do, I walk into the supermarket and I try to walk around and I try to look at what's there, and I try to figure out, well, do I want to buy that? Do I want to buy that? Can I do this? And I can go and do this massive research. There's thousands of peer-to-peer reviewed documents, bits of open data, that are all interconnected. I can go through that informed decision-making process and do it. Am I going to do that for every single decision that I make? I am going to be suffering from decision fatigue. It's a massive task to do it for the hundreds of products that I buy a month that my bank balance reflects. But, it's what I would like to see is people don't make these decisions during the period of decision fatigue. It's 4:30 on a Friday afternoon and you go to the supermarket and you're walking around. You're not in the clearest place to make these informed decisions. What I would like to see is people sitting at home and making those decisions before they go out. Now, here's where you get this massive disparity, because actually, I've had these long chats with Ed, who was presenting earlier today. You go through this process, and I talk to Ed and I say, yes, I want to buy local food, yes, I want to do this, that, and the other, That doesn't always relate into my actual actions. What I want to do, the informed decisions that I would like to make, aren't reflected in my actual buying habits. Not all the time, because of this process. So what I would like to see is that you can sit down in your study on a day and you can sit there and you can say, okay, these are the things that matter to me. Whether this is a slider, I don't know, I don't have the answer. As David was saying when it opened up, this is something that I'd like to see, and I know of at least 2 people in the room that are trying to do it. I'd like to sit there and I'd like to set my sliders. So one might be about animal welfare, and I set it and I say, okay, yeah, I do want to eat meat, but I don't want to eat meat that's been caged up. I want it to be treated fairly. I don't mind buying things from far away, but if it's available locally, I want to buy it locally. I care about the food miles, I care about this, that, and the other. You list these things out and you effectively make a profile for yourself. And the future journey, I guess, of what I think will happen is whether it's Google Glass or whether it's your iPhone with RFID. I currently have several apps on my phone that are ethical buying apps, including things like Boycott. I walk in and I scan it, and it tells me, yes, you can buy this. This agrees with your ethics. Now that's the first step, and trust me, there are apps out there that do this, and they're great, and do a little bit of research into it. What's, I think, going to be the next evolution of this, it will actually offer you the alternatives. Don't buy this, 2 rows down, 2 shops down, a street over, you can buy something else that will give you a 5-star rating instead of a 3-star rating on your own ethics. This then has further kind of ramifications. Imagine now that Avaz, instead of just getting you to click a little button and say, I agree with this cause, great, yes, I feel morally, brilliant because I clicked like on Facebook, great. Imagine if that actually changed your ethical settings. So then the next time you go out, you click it and it says, actually, this is damaging the Arctic, and you said you didn't want to do that. It's suddenly starting to make us accountable. And now, there's other apps that I use that are around quantified self that tell me how many steps I've walked, how much time I've spent on public transport. Those have changed my behaviour because I saw that I was spending 17 hours a week on public transport. And I said, what am I doing? So I got my bike out, it was a little bit rusty, but now I'm cycling to work 3 or 4 days a week. So I'd like to see this reporting, so that once a week I get something that says, here you go, you got 4 out of 5 stars this week for your consumption habits. You could have done better if you did X, Y, and Z. I can publish that on Facebook, I can push it out. Now, these things are starting to exist, and the linking code into this is basically a barcode. It's run by a company called GS1, and a barcode tells you lots of different things. It tells you the type of product it is, it tells you who the manufacturer is, and it tells you what the product is. Now that works as a unique identifier inside of the database, so you can then start adding fields. Currently, GS1 just released a report that within the next 4 or 5 years, they're expecting the demands from consumers to increase by 400%. And most of that will be supply chain, environmental and social impact of a product. They've got about 260 odd fields, about 60 of them are being used. Now, who supplies this data? It's the manufacturers and it's the retailers. Now, the data that they want to supply is very different from what I might want. So what I want to see is open architecture created where Greenpeace can say, actually, here's a column that we are going to have and we are going to include our data in this and we are going to identify it with the barcode so that anybody can come along and do it. And you know, yes, I've had this argument, yeah, some people will use it for bad, but I want it to be open so that people can do that, and they might relate bad things to it, you know, xenophobic things, that they don't want to buy products from certain countries. Like, it can be used for this, but the point is I want to see that expand. I think, just to throw out another idea, if I've still got to say, it's just about this. I think there's also an interesting revenue generating model that comes out of this and what effectively Google Ads are doing, that you create a feedback loop. Because not only will this give you a report, but actually this data can then be sold back to manufacturers and distributors to say, this is the preferences that 100,000 people have. And the reason they're not buying your products is because you don't get this. Now, what if we flip that revenue generating model on its head, and instead of that going to Google, we own that data, and I can say, actually, I've chosen to use the Greenpeace column for this. I want 80% of that revenue for them selling my data to go to Greenpeace so they can carry on doing the research and filling that out. And I think there's very interesting evolutions in this. But what I would like to see, and I'd like to invite people, because either in October or November, hopefully with Carlos, who's somewhere here from London Data Scientists, I'm hoping that we can get, waving at the back, we can get a hack around this, and we can actually look at how can we link up all these people that are already collecting this data and push it into one thing. I'm going to have to go.
Thank you, David. Actually, can I invite you to stay on the stage, and can I also invite Ed, Alice, and Simon to take a seat? Because we've seen 4 very interesting examples. Infrastructures for more informed consumer decisions. Ways of thinking about care homes as more open places and practices and ways to facilitate that evolution. Making the food system more intelligible to itself, if nothing else. And new types of looking at these very rapidly evolving infrastructures like Fab Labs and making those tools even more open. Realizing that still many things that we are starting to see as open are actually still closed to many. 4 very different practical applications of this way of thinking. And I'm going to invite all of you to ask questions, ask for your feedback. I think that's what all 4 speakers also really want. I have a question myself to start off with, which is, what is it at this point in time that the 4 of you need to grow and spur your ideas? This is a very particular question, a very important one to me. Like I said, we are starting a launchpad in the next month or so, an accelerator to grow ideas in this domain. And equally, with the Open Institute, we are growing the support infrastructure, and we need to know what this support infrastructure really means for people like yourselves, the entrepreneurs who are building this open venture movement across so many domains. So what is it that you need? I'm just thinking of examples like Fairphone, my favorite company of the week, as it were, the company that's throwing open the supply chain for the mobile phone industry. We all know that Apple still refuses to be open about where its tin comes from. Samsung has budged under the pressure of a wide range of environmental organizations, but Fairphone is taking it one step further. It's creating a phone with a supply chain that's entirely open. It shows exactly where all the materials are coming from and what the labor circumstances are at every step of the way. And in doing so, it is already starting to revolutionize labor conditions. They have been supported at different stages through different types of social venture capital, different types of accelerators, different types of growth infrastructures. That's a question from me to you. What is it that you need to grow your ideas and to grow your ventures? Don't necessarily have to answer straight away, because I'm sure there's, we can get back to this question later on, but I'm sure there's questions from the audience, and I'd like to invite them. Say who you are, and
Hi there, I'm Alex, and I've got a couple of questions. The first one is for Alice, which is that I think what you've talked about has deep ramifications across this whole conference. Because you're talking about open care homes. Essentially what you're talking about is open homes. Care homes are where people live, where they sleep, and where they eat. And an open care home is essentially an open home. So where is the line at which openness invades or jeopardizes privacy? And how do you think that that should reflect, for example, I mean, I'm kind of taking this a little bit abstract now, but a care home looks after elderly people, but there's also the concept of, I forget the name of it, there's a concept of looking after young businesses. What's the name I'm thinking? What's a place where you look after young children? Yeah, incubators, right? So I'm thinking, okay, well, let's draw this line. You've got care homes, open care homes. What about open incubators? And that relates to open hospitals, but also spaces for thinking about new ideas. Should somebody's idea, when it's new, be open? Or do they need that privacy to look after and nourish what they're caring for, be it ideas or people? And the other quick question I had was about the open data, which was just the kind of processing of this kind of over-complicated kind of data sets, which is just that, is there a risk of taking purchasing processes which are essentially analog, creative, and flowing processes, and kind of digitizing them, so that can I buy this? Yes. You know, computer says yes. I'm just wondering how that relates to our kind of real need for kind of an emotional connection with the things we buy, etc.
Thank you, and we'll let the... Do you want to answer straight away? Go for it. Press A button. Here, take this one. Yes, you're on.
Thanks. I think we have to look carefully at so for example, care homes exist and they work as a home in their own. We have to respect the way that people are found in order to help them to kind of work really well. And when I start to say things around helping them to be open, I guess from my perspective, I'm thinking more in terms of opening their doors to allowing them to be open places for the community to be way more integrated and them to be way more integrated in the community. And the idea that might happen in one care home could be just like captured and taken over to another care home. I think that those where there's opportunity for ideas and the sharing, it needs to be through working carefully with the sector that we're doing through and taking the stuff that's working really well and helping that to be shared much more widely. I think the question about kind of privacy is really important because to respect obviously individuals' kind of dignity and these sorts of things, but there's also ways where we're really clever about the way that, for example, if we think we could capture the data of someone who was moving into a care home that would help us to understand how we could best care for them based on, having a much more understanding of their life, then thinking about how that could be integrated into a way that the care homes can support that individual to live within that home. So I think it's not about kind of creating something completely new. It's about finding ways to share great ideas, but also kind of respect what's there already. that.
So it's more of an intellectual openness than a physical openness. Because it seems to me it would be nice to have care homes which literally had spaces where people from the community could come and coexist with elderly people. Because care homes are like, you can't even get in unless they buzz you in. It would be nice if there was a part of it.
So you're talking about the physically open structures in neighbourhoods.
Absolutely, and I think these are places where a lot of the older people still, their minds are completely intact and they've got an incredible kind of experience of life, and we should be finding ways to make the most of that. So I love the idea of having, some incubator space alongside care so that people can kind of live and share ideas in much more balancing. Absolutely, that's a great idea.
Throwing wide open the windows and doors of the care home industry. Other questions from the audience? Can we get a microphone to you? Great.
All the businesses that you see really interesting things.
Could you speak up? Because I can hardly hear you.
Yeah. Hi.
That's a lot better. Yes, say who you are and keep speaking at a loud voice.
I'm Cheryl. I'm currently doing a master's at Imperial, and I've worked with investment banking for 9 years. So I'm sorry. So I'm looking at these businesses, and the theme today is open, but I think going beyond just this open platform, I think we're all striving towards a certain vision of what we think our future should be like. And I know that in our module, in our master's program, our focus is on sustainability, environmental, economic, and social. One thing that I'm becoming more interested in is looking at the role that the social elements play in driving forward some of these frameworks in more businesses. So looking at, say, the role of poverty with small and medium-sized enterprises and open structures, and how that can play a role in our future. So, for example, looking at...
Don't hesitate to ask a question.
Yeah. So I guess the question I'm trying to understand is, what vision of the future are you actually working towards in your businesses? So the hub started to paint an interesting picture of how everything will be open, connected, and will be an information-based consumer. But some of the other businesses, I'm really interested to learn as to what you see as the future of our society in the next kind of 20, 30 years.
Fundamental. Do you want to take that one?
No, I will.
I'm going to invite short answers to very, very large and fundamental questions, because there's 4 more people dying to present their question.
So short answer, our mission is good food for everyone forever. How we do that is obviously a bit harder than that. I think we struggle a lot perhaps at the moment with this new idea of openness. This isn't new at all. We're just generating a technology layer to fundamentally social operations that we used to have. And often we find ourselves looking for technical solutions to social problems. And there are very simple social solutions. So I think technology should be a transparent mediator for building the real physical connections, putting us in touch with each other, and kind of recover from this horribly atomized society that we've had, an individualistic society that we've had, build more lasting connections between each other.
To answer your question and the previous question that I didn't get to answer, I think they're the same thing essentially. I don't, what I would like to see in the future is, almost as Ed was saying, I'd actually like to see it rather than distancing people from the decision-making process. I think people are already in the consumption world of global supply chains. They're already so distanced from the means of production and the way it gets to them and the whole thing. Actually, what I'd like to see is this just being a baby step towards people becoming reconnected with what their actual impact in the world is and understanding that. And in that sense, that's what I'd like to see the future of open being, that people feel that they understand the consequences of their actions.
So I guess a good thing to do would be to have a little spiel about the thing. So it says, well, this has only got 3 stars. And the reason is transported from here this far and it's uses this much petroleum.
This goes back to the supply chain question, and I think the open supply chain is of course the key issue here, which hopefully we can debate in more detail. Do you want to, do two of you want to respond to the questions asked?
Yeah,
let's go that way. Yeah.
Okay, just quickly, I think the vision for the project that I'm working on at the minute would be that in 20 or 30 years' time, care homes across London are incredibly connected to each other, have the ability to easily share knowledge and ideas and resources, and that there's technological kind of support systems behind it that could allow that to happen really easily. And I think in terms of the question around support right now would be helping us to kind of create these kind of nuggets of shared knowledge that can be shared so that we can then kind of give it away and allow people to create it themselves.
And to kind of talk specifically about, in respect to what I was talking about, kind of more generally how we sort of see open and the possibilities, I think what matters from my perspective is that open isn't something that we do just because we can, because web technologies make it possible. It isn't something that we do because we should, because we feel like everybody should be included. But it's something that we actually do because, done the right way, it has a potential to unlock a huge amount of potential creativity and an opportunity. And I think that's something that kind of needs to be worked on to actually make it really happen.
Thank you all, and I'm going to swiftly move on. I've been getting several hints that my timekeeping could be even stricter, so I will work on that whilst I invite David Bogle to come and present. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. I'm probably going to face this way, so I need to click. Through the slides. I'm going to talk about open democracy, but in a special context. I'm going to widen out not the political element so much of open democracy, but its relevance to institutional failure. So the institutions of education.
Can everyone hear David, or should he speak up? Speak up.
Speak up. Yes, I'm going to talk about open democracy and relevance to institutional failure. To put this talking I think it's listed as liquid democracy. I started to work with liquid democracy in really the late 80s, early 90s in science, and then came back to it sort of around about 2000 and again more recently. So I will be going quite nerdy at some stage. But to put this talk in context, I want to show this photo kind of art project that we just started 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, in response to what was happening in Turkey and Brazil. So this is my beautiful daughter, Maya, and every one of those crosses on that piece of paper is a vote she has left in her lifetime. That's her entire lifetime's worth of voting. That's her democratic bandwidth. That is all the information that will travel between her and central government to communicate her entire lifetime's democratic preference. That's me. That's my mum. I didn't realise the project was going to be so cruel when I started. This was outside the Houses of Parliament with the recent Brazil protest. So each country, we look at the life expectancy in that country, and we ask some people to do some maths, which is quite difficult when you're on the street, so we're thinking of turning into an iPhone app. But this says something that is really difficult to communicate in words, right? You know, there are very puzzling things going on in terms of our understanding of democracy. I mean, these protests in Turkey, I lived there for a couple of years, and in Brazil, I lived there as well, are actually against democratically elected governments. So that's the problem that I'm going to phrase this open democracy talk around. This, by the way, is the project. It's called Not Enough, or My Democratic Life, and there's a Facebook page, and you can check it out on Parliamentary Things, which is my blog, and look it up on everywhere else if you look under My Democratic Life. And I'd love people to take pictures of themselves and spread it, because I think it kind of says something that words don't say. Okay, so here we get geeky and nerdy. Liquid democracy is being around for a long time now, but has basically taken off again since about 2005, 2006 in German-speaking Swedish countries. I used to think it was something to do with me travelling out there, but I think that's completely irrelevant. It largely came out of Iceland and the Pirate Party, picking up on some sort of common ideas. This is a common theme that I've come across probably 6-7 people picking up on the phraseology and the terminology. So what is it? Well, it's basically, essentially, the combination of politics and networks. You can think of it as a general way in an attempt to make the way we express what we care about ethically and politically in the world more flexible and more fluid. But specifically, it's about a means of doing that. And it's a very intuitive a way of doing things, which is not yet, and I haven't succeeded yet, in communicating simply, because a lot of mathematicians and nerds sort of take over at programmers. But effectively, it's just based on our conventional habit of delegating in elections or trusting people. So what it means is I can trust someone on a particular area, let's say education, and it might have to be my MP. It could be my primary school teacher. And I can delegate my vote to my primary school teacher. It could be anyone in the community. I might, on the other hand, choose my accountant, let's say, to trust on financial issues, and possibly an interesting blogger on political issues. And at any time I can vote directly. But if I don't vote directly, the votes flow through the network of my delegations and other people's elections, expressing my preferences in the decisions that are being debated in the community. So basically, you get these kind of graphs here that you can actually visualize. You can see where your votes flow. And it's dealing with the concepts of recommendation, trust, and delegation. As I talked about earlier, let's say these red lines could be my votes on financial matters, the green ones on environmental matters, and the black ones, let's say, on political matters. So you can delegate to different people who you've had dialogue and conversation with on different matters. And that's a much richer way of expressing what you believe and what you care about. You can use this as well to collaboratively edit documents. And I can go to that in detail, but I'm going to skip over it. So what's the future? I'm going to try and get quite ahead in the future of using these sorts of systems. There are, by the way, about 5-6 open source projects, and we'll look at where that's going. So one of the futures is having much richer interfaces, a bit like Quentin was talking about ethics and consumer rights, about how we visualize our democratic preferences. Where have my votes gone? I can see it flowing in the decisions it affected. You can also pick out, when you have these visualizations, who the key influences are. And you can say, oh, I should go and look at this person. Maybe I should follow this person. And if I read about that person, then I would delegate my votes on this area to them, on food or on some new topic. And you can see landscapes, the political landscape. And you can then see your own personal filtered views of the effect that you're having. Out of this sort of graphing, you get fluid parties being formed. So groups naturally cluster together that share opinions. And these groups have certain stabilities over time. You no longer have historically classified parties, but parties based around discourse and debate. And then you can look at the bigger scale. You can look at the whole country. You can look at the world's kind of political views, drilling down into them based on geographical location or themes. Okay, I'll quickly go. Liquid law is something I started to work on 4 or 5 years ago. That is basically a programming language in which you can define the constitutions of these decision-making spaces. So you might allocate, let's say, that you need 4 types of people to discuss the environment in the local community. Someone who knows the community, someone who knows about environmental issues, and someone who knows about financial issues. And you can want to define the terms of that debate. This is an open source programming language for law. It's a domain-specific language technically, and I can talk about that. But the real problems, and this is what I want to end up with, is not the software, not the technology, not the maths. These things have been worked on for 20 years plus. The real problems, and this bears on the Open Institute, are two things. One is it's nigh on impossible to get anyone to invest in software. Anyone who's been in this area for a long time, you have to smuggle your software development costs into working with young people, a building, anything else, but you certainly can't budget for software development costs. And that's largely because of failures of large software projects and other reasons, but it's very hard to do. And the second is you can't do any of this unless you get users. You need lots of people dealing with some important issue. And if you need 1 million people, it's going to cost you. So I'm going to leave it with that and see what you know that is. That is CERN. It costs 7.5 billion euros. What if we spent 7.5 billion euros on the social infrastructure for our politics and our institutions, to democratize them, to allow community currencies, to allow more flexible way for us to vote, and more flexible ways for us to actually create our own legal terms and conditions for how we want to interact with each other. We could get a long way with 7.5 billion euros, right? And why are we spending, I'm a scientist by the way, so I love the fact that we're spending 7.5 on CERN, right? But no one's even thinking that we should be demanding that amount of investment in our social infrastructure in terms of innovation, in terms of our institutional frameworks.
Thank you.
That's it.
Cut it short, I think liquid democracy is an incredibly exciting thing, and we're starting to use it with the hub to aid our decision making, having realized that votes across 40 hubs don't actually lead to interesting discussions. So I'm a big fan of liquid democracy. I'd like to invite Anne-Marie Naylor to present her vision on the East London Community Intranet.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Do you have that?
Yes.
And I've got the right presentation, which is good. Okay, so I shall stand here too, if I may. Is that okay? Okay, so Anne-Marie, my background is in acquiring, developing and managing land and buildings. But I do that supporting communities so that communities take ownership of land and buildings for their own neighbourhood benefit. But today I'm not going to talk about land and buildings at all. I'm going to talk about digital assets. Wrong way. And I'm going to ask the question whether the Open Institute can create possibly the largest open network in the world. Because I think that given the immense investment that's going into this area, as a tech city and so forth, it's incumbent on any Open Institute for East London to think about the rest of the community and how they can possibly benefit from that huge supposed trickle down by creating an infrastructure that allows actually to push up and draw down benefits proactively. I will get it right. There we go. Okay, so an open institute for me needs to be just that. So it needs to be a platform that's open to everyone and it needs to be defined by accessibility. If it doesn't, we end up in this position where it's not open by default. Okay. In particular, if you think about the way that governments investing in the area hoping for economic benefits to flow, you have areas like Tower Hamlets in the vicinity, which has the youngest population per capita in comparison to most places in the country. So we're trying to think how we can connect young people to the sort of rather intellectual discussions that have been going on here today from a variety of backgrounds. How can everybody get into this thing? Okay, so you have already here in East London some of the longest established institutions in the country, over 100 years old, with huge connections to the disadvantaged populations that are surrounding this area, living intermingled with all the investment that's coming into Tech City. They also have an immense amount of tech savvy, albeit broad ranging and young people much more digitally inclined. And you can build on this in order to grow an infrastructure that would benefit everybody. We think these are the three things, in short, that you should try to offer. So first is to take full advantage of the open hardware movement. So if you look around the world already, we have the largest open network in the world, possibly sitting in Catalonia, in Barcelona, 21,000 people there. There are 1.3 billion people living in the Tech City area, only 100,000 at the the last count by Ofcom were actually connected to superfast broadband. It's a shocking figure when you consider the pouring investment into the area. So we think if you can open up the hardware in, and you can also provide symmetrical networking, you can stimulate community publishing right across the patch. To do that in a cost-effective manner, to really raise digital ambitions, so rather than talk about putting in the corporate internet and having that followed up with lots of money to encourage digital participation in the corporate internet, why don't we get people building the network themselves? A big build. We've seen big digs in rural areas in Lancashire, but there's no reason that we couldn't have a big build here in East London, so through civic engineering. And then on the back of that, because you have yourself a much more powerful community internet that would be symmetrical, you'd be able to stimulate community publishing rather than consumption of knowledge. 3 plans, because I was asked how is it possible, how big, how much, and all these impossible questions. So I think you could have dedicated local area network, and then all of the wonderful ideas that have been talked about here today and many more could be shared across that network, a dedicated line, as it were, to the Open Institute, whatever that might be. Or you could make it a wide area network. So you could imagine to walk into the parks with open Wi-Fi, and you'd be able to demonstrate all the products from corporate tech city as well as from the community in those spaces. You can have virtual reality or augmented reality supermarkets in your park that you can see with your Google Glass. This is really difficult. Or the third one is that actually you can be ambitious and really compete with the corporate sponsors of Tech City and see how well the community did. You could either do it in partnership through collaborative consumption, so you can switch on at 5 o'clock and connect them through everybody else's fat pipes to the internet when they don't need it so much, have a night school equivalent World Wide Web, but free. Or you can create enough of a mass and aggregated demand for the internet that you can create your own dedicated ISP. These are all the questions that I was asked to respond to and can't. So I'm going to say instead that it's about how big your ambition is. You can start with one small area and build out, or you can do it across a lot of different areas. This is really how it comes down to. So if you issue the call to action and ask people to get involved, and you really openly show people how to build their own network, how to get involved, then that really should be the telling factor. Just to finish. So why I think this is a good idea and makes sense is because increasingly, communities right across the country are developing digital assets, intangible assets, intellectual property assets, as opposed to taking on traditional land and buildings. And they're also starting to look at community publishing and saying, why am I paying to access a corporate internet and draw down consumer products rather than generate them for myself? And we know it's possible, as I said, because it's already there in Spain. And I put this up because the guys from Griffynet aren't here, obviously, so don't ask me any technical questions.
Thank you. So today we started the rise of the civic engineer. I like that a lot. We'll go quickly to Fred Gallant, who is going to be talking about quick calls. Or maybe he can pronounce it better himself.
No, that's it. Hi, this is a Petra Kucha, so I need someone to go back to the slides. Somebody do that. People know what a Petra Kucha is. I've never seen a Petra Kucha. It's just I need to read the slides. Probably we should get started. So I'm Fred Garnett. I'm what you would call a public intellectual, an open public intellectual. Laura, I need the next slide. What they do from there? It's on the timer, right? So, in an internet of people, I need to read this as it's quite intense. In an internet of people, Ben Hammerson said that network society cannot be born because the people in power are those people that grew up in hierarchical society and they're still trying to put hierarchies into place. Next slide. If we want an open society, we need participatory education. In the 20s, the Summerhill School founded a democratic school movement. There are still only 53 schools in Europe that are democratic. And yet we have disruptive collaboration, which we've been hearing about today. The web's a platform, users generate content, mobile phones document everything. New technology has been sold as creative, but we haven't disrupted educational institutions. Back in 1921, arguably because of the First World War and other things, arguably the most radical year in the UK, NIS demanded education for all, and from their work in 26, the BBC launched their broadcast education model. Meanwhile, in Moscow, someone called Kondratiev identified as an economic model that economic changes, long wave economic changes, take 50 years to take place. And we're in the middle of the economic change of the meta technology, the microprocessor, and that's going to reach its peak in 2021 because in 71, Intel developed the 404, actually the second microprocessor, which is a meta technology, but whereas earlier technologies have been developing analog networks, because they had analog technologies, roll rate and so on, and digital technologies can replace early analog technologies and create a condition for technological convergence. That means that the social transformations are far bigger than the earlier ones we had, and they were pretty disruptive. Back in 1660, the idea of sharing ideas first emerged. The Royal Society was developed with the notion of sharing scientific thought and making ideas freely available. And that's remained ever since, although there's been some issues with that. Particularly in the 20th century, which is the big century around copyright, and Creative Commons was developed using the web to have an open publishing technique, like my presentation, which is on the web and it's downloadable and mashable for anybody that wants to use it. In 1992, the Internet Society said the future is open, and that people working with the Internet should be committed to that. And as you all know, Tim Berners-Lee invented the World Wide Web, building on ideas that have been around for some time, particularly Ted Nelson's idea of Xanadu, which he documented in a book called Computer Liberation. In 2002, do people know this diagram? This is what is Web 2.0. This is the kind of map of what Web 2.0 means. It has a number of things. One is that the web is a platform. Another thing is that you own your own data, which is a wish you haven't got. Another thing is we need architectures of participation to build the future, and that future is in permanent beta. But what that gave us was gave us a convergence platform where we could take some of these convergent ideas and share them, and education got interested in that. The idea of open content was developed in '98. MIT launched OpenCourseware, which is kind of a version of a British project that people don't know much about, but the idea of open education resources was defined by UNESCO, and they've updated that last year so that every organisation can become an open educational organisation. In 2007, the Open University, developing the broadcast model that came from the NIAS initiative, developed the idea of distance learning. They were going to call it University of the Air, but accidentally called it Open University. And we gave a presentation there on part of the group called the Generated Context, saying actually the web changes what we do. We need new pedagogies for that. We developed something called the Open Context Model of Learning, which John C. Brown said was the most exciting thing happening in England. That's it. What we're saying is in the post-web world, we need to mash up knowledge, collaboration, and creativity, pedagogy, andragogy, and hertagogy. If we're going to be creative and innovative. But pedagogies are not enough. Learning is emergent. Any learning that we do is owned by you. It's not owned by the institutions that tend to be involved in content delivery. So we developed something called the emergent learning model, which is about starting with social processes of learning, developing content creation and curation rather than content consumption, and other stuff as well. But as it's emergent actually means non-linear dynamic systems. And we thought we needed to build new systems to test that. So we started, I love this Steve Jobs phrase, being insanely great. I think you need to be insanely ambitious if you're building the future. So the first thing we did was try to turn Manchester into an ambient city, which has issues, but we solved a lot of problems there and developed something called Aggregate and Curate, which is the social media participation model. Anyone know what that is? So, Black Swans happened, so this is not a linear message. What happened was Occupy, and I went to Occupy UCL, I have a lot of experience in Occupy, and told them it was a rubbish occupation. If they were serious about occupying the universities, they should be building learning bonds. And the Suki Data project came out of my workshop, I hope you know that. One of the guys who, incidentally, the guy that called me in to do this and wrote this presentation, before he could go back to his course at UCL, they made him go through psychological counselling. Because he'd been involved in the occupation, so I don't think that this stuff is old. They came to me and said, well, I helped create a master's course for people who were graduating because they realised they needed a master's and they didn't want to do it at UCL and they occupied it. And thanks to Hub Westminster, the university project was held at Hub Westminster in 2008, and I said, well, let's take your request there and kind of crowdsource it with that really inspiring project at the Hub. came up with, and we counted a number of things. One is that learning is about developing a community of scholars. As Philippa Young, who's a wiki scholar, said, actually what you should do with learning is solve the problem that annoys you most. We thought accrediting learning was the biggest problem, so Wikiquals was born. So what is Wikiquals? Wikiquals is a self-directed post-hoc accreditation model of learning. We trust the scholar, it's about transparency. If you think about it, what universities do is bring you to the book. They bring you to the book. We don't need that in an age of information abundance. That was developed in an age of information scarcity. What Wikiquals do is send you out in the world to do stuff and co-create change by developing who you are by doing stuff. So these are our principles. We realise in practice that we're rhizomatic. It's based on affinity. Show and tell models of working using the web. Your qualification is your QR code. This is a real-time variable qualification. It's a rhizomatic behaviour. You know what rhizomes are? Rhizomes are discontinuous networks, so you work in the chaining group if you want to. Here's a bunch of people that are scholars working on a whole load of interesting ideas. I'm just getting pressed for time. The principle in Wikiquals is yes, you can. Mostly in education systems, it's no, you can't. The key aspect of this is the notion of building personal learning networks, and you build your own personal learning network. The thing I've learned both in the Manchester project and Wikiquals is actually it's about identity. It's about learning where you own your identity, you express that identity, rather than going into institutions to get them to give you an identity. So how can we take this forward? I think that you can create Wikiquals open learning labs anywhere, because you only need three things. You need space, about 1 afternoon a week. You need access to the learning resources of that institution, whether it's the BBC, somewhere in the city, or a university itself. It's based around affinity, and any institution can do this. And my plea to you guys is that it's time for Wikiquals to go open and home.
Oh, that's it. Thank you. This is also the day at which I have discovered the tactic of hovering to speed up speakers. Apologies that we have to move on. All these stories could be twice as long and be very interesting indeed. Lastly, Gareth Wall on open government. Gareth, where are you? You have 5 minutes as well.
Okay, thank you very much. It says open government. It reminds me of the title of the very first episode of Westminster, which showed that in the least open government you could possibly imagine what South Africa turn things around. I'm actually not going to be that ambitious to talk about open government. I work in local government, and I want to talk about kind of open community engagement and open decision making in a local authority context. I work for Hackney Council, which is just over the road. I work with local politicians in different bits of our governance structure. I was invited here by Tessie and Laura because I got to know them just over a year ago when they were writing a book about open projects and social spaces that were happening in Hackney. There are lots of them, there are lots of really good ones. There's a farm shop, there are community growth projects, there's trade schools, and it's really good that they're very much present there. We kept in touch, and I invited them along to come and talk to some of our councillors about the different structure we were proposing for very local community engagement. Previously, Hackney as a council had kind of split itself in 4 arbitrarily for the purposes of engaging with communities. And there would be a meeting once a quarter, and 6 people would come along, and there'd be a panel of senior officers from the council and a few politicians, and they'd say, well, what's important to you at the moment, or can we ask you some questions about this? Actions would be taken away, and then they'd report back what happened in another 3 months. It was a pretty depressing process, and our councillors and everybody was getting stuck with it, said, all right, let's do something different, let's change this. Let's make it much more hyper-local, so let's have it at a ward level, and let's make it so it's not about the council kind of saying to people, what is it that you want to, what is it that you can do for us, but it's much more about local resilience. Councillors being community leaders, and working on things that were important to local people. So that started up now. We've been about a year doing it, and there's been some quite good outcomes so far. We've got some new youth services that have opened in a particular patch. We have got a community calendar for an area that is particularly diverse and happy. So people from the Orthodox Jewish community, none of the best members of the Muslim community, none of the best members of the Christian community are, and they will have a better understanding of how this will work. One of the things that happened at a local level was people wanted to have a discussion about the changing nature of the borough. If you go up Kingsland Road, keep going, you might go to Dalston. Over the last few years, it has exploded as a night hotspot in London. And that's great for local businesses, that's great for local people who want to come and have a good time. It can be challenging for public services who have to license that, who have to enforce those licenses, who have to police it, who have to clean up after it. It can also be challenging for people who live in that area, who sometimes find their doorstep is used for a toilet at the end of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. And they want to talk to their councillors about that, so they actually want to have that addressed. And 2 or 3 of these more points we have picks up that issue. And it kind of came across quite strongly towards the councillors. Now, in another bit of the council's governance arrangements, another bit I work on is called overview and scrutiny. It's effectively like select committees, but in a local authority. You've got backbench councillors who are asking questions of the leads and the managers, but they're also running inquiries into things that are kind of interesting or a problem. One of them was this issue of the nighttime club we had in managers. It's happening at the same time as the board forums, and people are coming on to talk about it. Our council ran an inquiry. They went out in Dalston at 3 in the morning to see what was actually happening. They went to the police, they visited Camden and other areas, and came up with a bunch of conclusions and said, well, these are some things that we think need to happen about this. It wasn't directly connected to those problems, but it was able to pass on some suggestions to the council's licensing committee, and doing the next bit of this governance arrangements, which is now taking a decision based on some of that, but also based on those recommendations from the police, based on the manifesto commitments, to issue a proper kind of formal consultation in the area about should we have a special policy area in Dalston whereby licenses are limited for new restaurant bars and night classes. We'll have to kind of anymore, it's going to be on one night basis. That happened in Shoreditch a while ago, and it might happen in Dalston again. Now, those four different bits of kind of community engagement and governance, I could kind of draw a story there and say they're all interconnected, everybody was interested in this, but it wasn't kind of deliberate. There wasn't a deliberate open engagement, but it's an open process, but it didn't kind of happen by design, it happened kind of by accident. Another bit of reviewing our governance, this is like right at the top end of the full council, the chamber, the guy in roads, the big decisions that take about budget, council tax, etc. Those full council meetings can be quite tedious and boring. It tends to be a lot of kind of arguing politics and to and fro, it doesn't really get anybody anywhere. Some of our councils said, well, we want to think about trying to do that differently. And this is where it picks up a bit more anti to say to me about open politics. When thinking about that, one of the councillors said that 15 years of being involved in local politics, the best political debate I ever had was about whether or not we should introduce a new licensing policy in the area to limit the entry of new sex establishments. You might remember this in the area a while ago, there wouldn't be any restricted lifestyle dancing clubs. That was the debate. He said we had this whole afternoon, people came along, they really represented the area, they changed their minds, they finished the session, but he said that, you know, that brilliant discussion happened in our political group. It wasn't open, nobody else saw it. Wouldn't it be interesting if we could do that, and have confidence to do that in the council chamber, and use some of the rest of those kind of open structures that we've got to really inform that debate at the outset. Well, we haven't really formed a view, so the challenge that they give to me and some of our other colleagues in the council is how do we have that open debate, kind of green paper, white paper process for policies that we don't already have a view on. Some of it have already. But it's kind of an open way of starting decision making on the policy. That's something we're going to be working on over the next year or so, and we'll be hoping to implement after the elections of 2014. And what they told us to go and experiment. So if you've got ideas, we'll talk about that.
Thank you. I will always think Hackney need liquid democracy need Hackney. I would also like to invite David, Anne-Marie, Fred and Gareth to take a seat here for a very quick round of questions. In the interest of time, I'd like to allow 3 questions from the audience, short and pithy ones, and give everyone the opportunity to answer once. Are there 3 questions around? 1, 2, 3. There you go.
I'm interested in the local authority talk that you just now. What I've found when trying to do some open data work in Birmingham City Council is that the private partnership with Capita was often a big blocker to trying to do anything with open data. I'm just wondering if you
partnership with private companies as an obstacle?
Thanks. I'd like to direct the question sort of refers to the last presentation, which I thought was very provoking. The picture you showed of people with the number of elections they had was incredibly compelling, but also sort of you have lots of other opportunities to engage. Local elections, MPs, Mayor of London, we want you to know that we vote for him. And we have authorities to delegate to, like PTAs and community board and things. And you also have the choice of participating in politics. Remember that you described at the end having a user acquisition problem. Isn't it just a demand problem? We have all these tools and we don't want to use them. And so how do you solve that acquisition problem? That feels like slightly more fundamental. All politics is can be described as a user acquisition problem. So how do you solve that?
Question about openness as a question about user acquisition. So all four of you get one shot.
So we got a question about open data. Sorry. And there's a sort of thing like some councils are put it into contracts. If you haven't done that in the past, the best example I've seen of that was through a school committee. I think it was somewhere in Yorkshire, which was using some of the tools that you have, like a select committee type structure, to embarrass those organisations into doing things. There was an example that borrowed from a Like News for You when they tried to invite Roy Hessley when he didn't come and put a bucket of lard in the trying to embarrass him. This place in Yorkshire had terrible problems with water leaks in the streets and wanted to get their local area equivalent Thames Water, whichever one it was, to come in and answer questions about it. And they refused, and they wouldn't share information until they got an agreement with Russell Local Pump. So they held the meeting, they broadcast it, they invited the press on it, put the rusty bucket on the table for 5 questions about it, and then within a week this water company was knocking down the door saying they demand to come to the meeting and explain themselves. So there are kind of some tools within governments that local authorities can use to strong arm or embarrass or influence people into doing that, but I imagine that there is now more of a advantage to get that thing put into contracts.
Yeah, great questions. I registered domains at Democracy in 2003. As I said, I've been working on them before. And I've never used them. And if you go to their sites now, you'll be directed to Parliament of Things. It's largely about physical space. So to answer the question about engaging people, well, first of all, the point about there are lots of other ways of people getting involved in politics. Even if you multiplied those number of crosses by, let's say, 4 or 5, right, the bandwidth, if you think in data, is about 1,000th of a second of audio. Right? The amount of information passing is tiny. One reason why I like political democracy is because it allows delegation very close to you and encourages two-way dialogue with the people you delegate to. It might be your neighbour, it might be a school teacher. So you're exchanging a lot of two-way dialogue and information, and that full bandwidth of information and dialogue is part of the process. You cannot have a dialogue with your MP because there's a 1 to 40,000 ratio, and the average constituency size is about 140,000. With radical delegation in liquid democracy, you might have 200 of those, and that network. So that's one thing. The problem about user acquisition is absolutely central, and that's a technical word. Let's not call it user acquisition. It's about getting people to turn up. Right? Now, councils suffer from that. I've been involved in regeneration of councils. They suffer from a couple of reasons. One, they're hampered by the systems, and second, they're terrible at running meetings. One of my favourite phrases that captures this is apparently attributed to Woody Allen, which is the world is run by people who can be bothered to turn up. Right? And what that phrase captures is the sorts of people who turn up to council meetings or any form of bureaucracy or legal institution. And the process we have in those meetings bores the creative, the motivated, the passionate, the empathetic people out of the meetings over drip feeding process of months and years. If we run and are able to, both elements, our engagement meetings as a party with documentary, with art, with culture, with dialogue in it, and we use technology to take the legal, administrative counting of votes, the decisions can be made back at home or mobile, we can make our political meetings passionate and engaging. And the third thing I'll say, just to finish, is I am engaged in 2 pilots which directly try to engage large numbers of people. One is with computer games, and we're hoping to recruit 1 million people to a democracy network within a year. And the second one is we've just got some associated with the project, which has got quite a lot of funding to create an open democratic platform. We'll be engaging with schools, universities, and students and student unions. So by doing a roadshow, by making the meetings really motivational and involving art and debate and dialogue, embedding that in a robust decision-making framework that is legal, we can address the problem of engaging people in participatory decision-making.
Frank, Anne-Marie, last words or...
Shameless plug now that I'm sat down on this hot and ranting as fast. Would be just to say, I think that this is a wicked set of ideas, okay? But all of the people that are not here today, all the people where you're trying to build something in a particular place that you want to engage in democracy, they need a platform, they need to be able to access it. So you can't stress enough, I think it's mind-blowing some of the things that have been talked about, but I don't know how you engage a really broad range of people in what you want to do unless you provide them with that key infrastructure first.
That is a challenge to round up the session with. Before I invite you all to have a quick coffee for the next session, I wanted to give Ed the last word to say in 5 minutes to answer 5 seconds, not 5 minutes, my initial question to him, and after that we go for a break.
So we've asked what we wanted. We're based in Bristol. I'm looking for a kick-ass business development person. I'm semi-interested in a great CTO, and I also like a doctor. Have a great afternoon.
And on that note, the next session will start in 5 minutes and has got a fantastic range of speakers. And feel free to have a quick coffee or tea, and then we return here promptly. Thank you very much.
clicker, right? For the
yeah.
I think everyone's got slides.
You press, and if it's green, you speak. Very simple. Ready, full, proof.
and we go. Okay, cool. Let me bring my stuff in.
And then with that, having to wait and not to wait again, spaces as well as also gives you a bit of intellectual
I'll just sit there. That's fine. I was thinking, yeah, I'm just going to sit over there and then so,
I'll like you.
people could sit in that area and then move over, but it doesn't matter.
Are you speaking? Oh no, you're the chair. I'm
Yeah. Are you in the panel?
Yes, I'm craftsman.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Sit up.
Yeah, sit. Or just say sit. Yeah.
I'll say sit.
Sit.
I'm going to get you all to introduce yourselves because I'm lazy like that. Yeah, this is a pretty epic group, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're going to have to be...
I think people are going to be a bit tired this afternoon.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, an hour.
Big
We do,
hour.
don't we? Unfortunately, we've just got my phone.
Jesse,
Yeah. Yeah, 5 minutes each. I think I'm going to be 5 minutes.
Should we put some music on the live?
Can you tell us like halfway? What? Halfway? What should I do? 1 minute to go? Instead of rushing like the last bit, then I do 1 minute to go.
you could actually stand him with 5.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Can you do that? I'll get distracted and then I'll be like... yeah. I'll try.
We can do that.
I'll definitely do 1 minute to go and then that's this. I just want to know when it's about 2.5 weeks. Because I want to know if I'm going too slowly. You know, I'm going too slowly at the beginning and then it's like, and then you get to like the most interesting bit. How many slides have you got? How many? How many slides? I want to tell you.
11.
Yeah, that's not right.
But not really.
But then I'm really fast. Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm going to tell you in about 5 minutes. Right. Do you want to take the mic? When you I think the thing will be just to kick off and then people come over. I think that's the best way. Okay. Yeah, cool. Let me just...
Hey guys, I'm Jessie Baker. I'm going to be chairing this afternoon. Come join us. Anyone on the panel? Want to come up?
What's in the
Cool. Okay, so this actually is about emerging field of open. So this is the fun bit. This is where we explore the areas that are very new to the open domain. And we've got such an awesome panel. You've learned half as much as I did reading their bios last night in bed, and this is going to be a cool session. Okay, so the format for today is I'm going to let everyone just introduce themselves super fast so you know where they're from and what they're about. Then we're going to do these super quick 5-minute presentations so you get a flavour of everyone's opinion on their domain. And then we'll have a quick session and then we'll open it to you guys for a quick 5 questions. Any large philosophical questions, I'd like you to ask them in the pub. So let's keep it snappy and fun. So I'll kick off. I'm Jessie Baker. I am a designer, engineer, part-time hacker. Not usually used to comparing things, so bear with me. I'm from a startup called Provenance. We connect open data with e-commerce to help people make better purchasing decisions.
Leander Bilder from the New Economics Foundation. I work on government and currency there.
Robin Browser from Taskforce. We help new banks get started.
Hi, I'm Alex Markham, and I'm director of my family farming project, which is a farming diversification.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm a designer and a writer, and like to make things and campaign about sustainable fashion.
Hi there, my name is Sid. I'm one of the co-founders of Club, and I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about my company. Hopefully you'll want me to
Hi, I'm Helen Jackson. I'm a medical student and sort of a software developer here representing a company called Open Healthcare UK, run by my friend who I'm actually standing for.
Hey, I'm James Arthur. I'm also a software developer. I'm here to talk about FabHub and openness.
I'm Alistair Parvin. I'm sort of with James. I'm one of the 00s, and I'm talking about those things I'm talking about soon.
Great, cool. Okay, so actually there was one announcement I've got to make. Anyone else have a mobile phone?
Yeah.
Here,
sweet.
Thanks. There you go, cool. Right, so I'm going to kick us off. Can you hear me okay? Yes, sir. I'm going to try and time myself. I'm going to talk about open retail, which we've already touched on a little bit today. So I'm going to talk about two areas of open retail that interest me. One is open retail spaces, mostly physical spaces, but also online spaces. I'm going to talk about open information in a retail context, which we've already heard a little bit about today. So first of all, open retail spaces. There's some quite interesting stuff going on in this domain. I mean, retail as a physical idea is sort of in decline thanks to the internet, but there's many ways that we can change this and for the better and for the more open. So online stores have quite a low barrier to entry, hence this domain is becoming more open. But the thing that really interests me is new business models for physical retail and making this a far more open proposition. So this is just one example of a company that's doing something interesting in this space. It's a company called Appear, and there's another one called The Public Space. And basically they let you create a store in a new kind of way. They let the product pay for itself, and as a retail store owner, you actually just become a curator. So this takes the risk out of starting a store, and hence makes each store a more open place, because any product can have a place in the store as long as you pay for it. It's quite interesting. So there's also the aspect of big, massive stores, such as your kind of out-of-town Walmarts, etc., that are perhaps losing footfall due to the Ocados of the world. What do we do with these epic spaces? Can they be turned into community spaces? The RSA is doing an interesting project called 2020 Retail, which is looking exactly at this. How do we turn ASDAs into areas where people can learn about community gardening, for example? And just in general, how can we make retail spaces open community spaces? We've kind of seen the hints of this with Apple stores. They're far more communities of Apple fans rather than necessarily purchasing locations. The new Burberry store is more of a gig venue than it is a place to purchase stuff. So the other area of interest for me is open information in retail spaces. Sorry, I just want to see how I'm doing for time. Okay, cool. I'm bringing open data, well, information really, rather than data, because data is quite difficult to act on, into a purchasing context. So into the context where you're making a decision to buy something. So quite a few people, particularly fashion brands, have realised that transparency of information is a unique selling point in some instances. People care about where their stuff comes from. Not everyone, but some people do. And quite a few brands have spearheaded this movement, such as Patagonia, who have been revealing their supply chain for many years. And I did a project, so I've been doing quite a lot of research into this area. I did a project which basically allowed people to curate their preferences for information before they went shopping, so at home when they were relaxed and chilling out, and then just use Bluetooth to pair those data preferences with a physical retail environment that changed depending on what you were interested in. So this is just a series of experiments I did, which has actually then led me to start a business in this space. And I think the mobile phone in a retail space is an incredibly powerful open tool. Those of you that have used this is called Boycott, which lets you find out about which purchases might inadvertently allow you to support causes that you actually oppose. Recommend you download this, it's really interesting. So at the moment, the project I'm working on, a startup I founded, which is at the Open Data Institute, it's called Provenance, and what we're doing is allowing voluntary transparency. So we're allowing brands that want to be transparent to do that easily by appending open data to their products online, empowering kind of exploration of products through other metrics, so other things other than price, brand, colour, things like environmental data, economic geography, materials, for example. So if you're interested in this, come and have a chat with me. Great. So next up is Amisha, who's going to talk us through open fashion.
Good afternoon. I'm going to come up here so you can see the slides too. Yeah, I think the slides have decided that it's not me yet. So,
okay.
Is that alright?
New order. Yeah, go for it. Change up.
Fine, slightly fine.
Okay. Health.
Open health.
You can restart your timer.
Sure. Do I push press that?
Yeah. Where's the other mic? I think we're just having a little slide change up, so let's just hold on 1 second. We don't mind doing it in a crazy order though. Here we go.
Cool, brilliant, finally. Sorry about that. Hi again, I'm Helen Jackson. As I said, I'm a graduate entry medical student and a software developer. And I'm here on behalf of Open Healthcare UK, which is a company run by my friend Dr. Carl Reynolds, who's a hospital doctor. He can't be here today as he's working. What Open Healthcare UK does, it's a consultancy, takes on projects in all areas of healthcare, just to kind of make everything better. So Carl is a strong promoter of openness across the board, particularly in healthcare. So I'm going to talk a little bit about openness in healthcare, openness in technology in general, hopefully not stepping on too many people's feet, and we'll just see how it goes. So just read this. This is from a paper years and years ago, telling us how good it was going to be when we got computers into hospitals. I'll just leave that there, I don't really need to say anything. So the problem with all of this is, there's a blog post called Can You Recognise the £1 Million Chair? So, faced with a range of products at a range of prices, quite a lot of people would be able to choose the best chair from a range for the price and the quality and all of that. Not many people, including actually people in technology, have that much experience with technology procurement. This is kind of the bind we found ourselves in. So hopefully not teaching you to suck raw egg, but this is the concept of a lemon market. I.e., if you're shopping for used cars, you're trying to find the cherries, the good cars, amongst the lemons, which are the sort of duff cars sold at the wrong price. There's a huge asymmetry of information, because all the buyer knows is the price, whereas the seller knows the mileage, the condition of the car, whether it's had one careful lady owner or 20 reckless bachelors, whatever. And so all the buyer is using is price to discriminate. And it means there's not really an incentive for anyone who has a good product to offer it in that kind of market. So open source in technology quite simply means making your source code, what makes your program run, available for scrutiny. So publishing it and allowing people to see it, to use it again, and freely distribute it, modify it, add to it, this whole kind of collaborative sense of ideas. These are just some, The case for this in healthcare is allowing more eyes to pass over the software that we're using in hospitals or in GP practices or anywhere. Just would lead to the standard being higher. This is a core principle of open source technology across the board. Hopefully higher quality, hopefully lower costs, and it's matching the whole culture that we have in academia, which is if you want to say something, you have to say it publicly somewhere that people can disagree with you publicly, so peer-reviewed journals. And I mean, there's still a problem with people not publishing their source code, not publishing exactly everything they need to. But the idea is we're getting there, we're getting towards something you can say, I believe this, who wants to come and argue with me about it? This picture is to tell me to talk about a particular case. So there was a surgeon in a London hospital, and he's a neurosurgeon, and he wants to look at imaging of the patient's brain while he's doing surgery, not unreasonable. So how this works is the surgeon gets all sterile, scrubs up everything, and then he ends up wrapping a ball pen in tissue paper to draw on a light box to, look at the images as he goes. Or he gives verbal instructions to the scrub nurse to sort of move the images in and out, left, right, see the next slide. It doesn't really work. It's completely getting in the way of his operation. So he just knocked together over the weekend using the Kinect camera. that talks to the Xbox 360. He just a surgeon, just wrote it over the weekend, brought it in, and he uses it all the time. So you can sort of stand in surgery and sort of turn it around, and how much sense does that make? That is the most sensible thing. This happens all the time. This project's actually been picked up by Microsoft Research, which is kind of good, but also kind of bad, because it means that other people can't take it and change it. But the idea is that people are trying to do this. So what I'm really here to plug is NHS Hack Day. So we've run 4 of these already, different places in the country. We want anybody with any interest in technology or in the health service, or ideally both, to just come and get together for a weekend and see what we can make. So some of our backers, some of our sponsors suggest projects that you might want to get involved with, such as something on conflict of interest, something on patient rights, whatever, or you can just do whatever you like. So people come at the beginning and they pitch to an audience, maybe 200 people, and say what project they'd like to get done in 2 minutes, and then you sort of all go and join the different teams and just get on with it. Just very quickly show you a few examples of things we've made. These are our backers just showing off. So this is brilliant. This data exists. It's Clinical Commissioning Group publish statistics on diseases and sort of interactions in the community. This data exists out there, but nobody can really use it. There's no point publishing data if you can't get at it and make anything better. So a GP, again, just a normal doctor, knocked this up years ago, and it got brought to NHS Hack Day. This is just a way of visualising incidences of different diseases or prescribing rates in different counties. You can see some really interesting interactions. I'd love to talk to anyone about it later. This is a tool that haematologists, so blood doctors, currently use in hospital today in 2013 to count blood cells on slides. They literally look at the slide and press the button when they see each type of cell. It's ridiculous. I actually was involved in making this. This is a web app for doing it. I mean, how flexible is that? It took us like 12 hours. OpenBNF. The BNF is the book that all doctors use for working out what dose of what drug to give each patient, looking at interactions. Again, it's proprietary, charging hospitals, bonds do it. This has been liberated, it's online, it's now free, etc., etc. I could go on forever, and I would love to. So lots of exciting projects. Very sensible core principles, come along, love the community, rule 0, very important, do not be on fire. So to summarise, when I say doctors, I mean all healthcare professionals, I mean nurses, I mean paramedics, I mean anybody. So yeah, come to Hack Day, tell us what we can do for you, and yeah. Awesome.
I think. So has anyone got any just quick questions for Helen or for me about open health or open retail commerce? Just one, maybe? Yeah.
Just on open retail, a lot of shops are the same. On-cast shops are quite different to me. Because I'm terrified of our shops. I mean, if you've got any thought about that. Because the relationship between the person serving you is so intimate for such a long period of time, we can have dialogue and conversation, and bringing, using that relationship to also be able to buy clothes or other sorts of services is really an interesting space for us.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think well, I don't have any experience. Yeah, no, I agree. I think, firstly, I'm quite interested in how we use open data to select our services in the first place, but then also, I think perhaps you're hinting at having local people influencing local curation of other services that people use in the vicinity, and kind of perhaps using location as a people's location and then local knowledge to power finding other things. No, I agree. Cool. Great. So we're ready. Open fashion. Ready? Okay. Cool. So, who has the clicker? Is everyone still falling apart when it's fine?
It's by the side.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Cool. Fashion.
So I was delighted to be asked to talk about fashion because it's often left out of these kind of conversations, and people often think that it's like a frivolous thing that only a certain section of society are interested in, but actually that's not the case. So, okay, so I'm Amisha. I like to make things, so jewellery, that's Think Hat Bows, a book project that I did recently. Future Fashion is a series of events that I host. And so, why is fashion so important? Well, if you look around the room, and in fact everywhere you are in London, you'll see that everyone is wearing clothes, pretty much all of the time. So we think of it as this thing that's, for a certain type of person, but actually it's an issue that we're all very much part of. In fact, pointed this way. Pointed that way. Amazing. Okay, so there's 80 million garments produced in the world every single year. You can see that figure there, and that's 2010, and it's been rising at a pretty incredible rate. And it's a big part of the UK economy, where most of that is in London as well, so this is a really, really important city for fashion. And it employs 1/6 of the world's population. So that's the scale of the industry. And as you'll know, it's riddled with all kinds of issues. The recent Rana Plaza collapse in Bangladesh got a lot of press, and it's not the only incident like that happens in the world. It's a very small example of the scale of the problem. But one of the biggest things with that issue is that the retailers that were involved or were not involved are not in any way accountable. They don't have to say if they were using the factory. That data is not available. We don't have access to that data. So there's a whole thing of data that's missing, which means that we don't actually really know what's going on in the industry. Okay, so what is open fashion? So I've kind of got a few ideas, and one is that it's an opportunity for designers and brands to work together, to share, to learn, to share their supply chains, to share best practice, and to really change the industry together. It's full accountability, and it creates consumer power, so we will actually know what we're buying, and therefore we can influence brands. And I wanted to just give you a few quick examples. So the Ethical Fashion Forum is a local organisation in East London, and I used to work for them, and what really struck me about them is that it just started with bringing a few people that were working sustainably together into a room just to talk about ideas. And what that led to was the sharing of information and of practices and of, who are you working with, what are you doing? And before that, fashion was very, 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 very closed. It was like, you don't say what happens until the dress is in the shop. It's like no one's business. In fact, the more secretive it is, the more desirable the dress is. And that really, really changed. And what started off as a conversation actually became a movement. And it's a really amazing movement to be part of, because everywhere I go in the world, if you say, I'm interested in ethical fashion, people will go, oh, come to this factory, come and meet this person, come and do that person. There's this whole global sharing of information, because everyone is committed to that same idea of making the industry more ethical and sustainable, and believe that, the more people that are involved in it, the more impact we can have in changing the whole industry. And then Honest Buy is an example of a brand that's doing amazing work. So they are calling themselves the world's first 100% transparent brand. And the designer used to be the creative director of Hugo Boss. So he kind of came with amazing fashion credentials, because a lot of people in the movement are using fashion as a tool, but they're not from fashion backgrounds. So this has really made an impact and made the fashion industry listen. And he gives an awful lot of information. So this is not even all the information of one dress on the website. Not only does it tell you all about the materials, all about the manufacturing, but there's even a price breakdown, so you can see how much the labels cost, for example, and every single component that's in a dress. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up was this is actually a picture of a project that the Tales of Things did with Oxfam a few years ago. And they used QR codes so that you could scan the object and hear a story about it. And it was great but limited, because it wasn't really that much information. It was kind of, here's a video of a celebrity talking about why they donated this dress. And a lot of the consumer tools I've seen have been like that, in the videos. There have been some great apps that people have been working on that could actually have the power to really make a difference. You could go into a high street shop, scan an item, and find out about it. But none of them have worked, so I think there's an interesting thing in why is that not working? What can we do to support that? And there was one more that I didn't put a slide up for, which is a thing that Nike have done recently, which is called the Making app. And they have created the biggest index of sustainable fabrics that's available on Earth. And they have put it all into an app that anyone can download. And basically you can find out the environmental qualities of every single fabric, and it can help you make decisions as a designer. And they've made it completely open source and available for everyone. So yeah, that's it. And these are the three areas that I think they each have a positive and a negative. So yeah. Thanks, Nisha. Speaker roulette again. Money.
Alright, this is the last presentation for today. I work on complementary currencies, and that's one of the fields where I just found out a lot of relations to other fields when you say only when the dresses in the shop seems to matter what is now, but with money it's a similar thing where we should actually ask ourselves what this money is that we're using, and many people around the world do this already. There's literally thousands of initiatives, and at the New Economics Foundation we've been kind of researching and following these and supporting some to actually have more research cases over the last 30 years. So question, of course, to ask first is what is money? And there's a few very common ones on the left-hand side, the pound sterling and the Brixton pound, for example. I'm not going to talk much about these local or concrete examples, just to show a few. But then historically, on the top, that's from Babylonia, where money really was just a ledger kept somewhere where people entered all the debts and credits. And it was a very different instrument and tool in the first place. The gold coins, of course, that everybody knows, we think that's still in the same trajectory of the money as we know, but then in England, for example, for a long time we had these tally sticks at the bottom right, and these again were very different forms of money that work very differently and that exhibit very different forms and dynamics that we can now hack and employ for our own ends. Where do I point this? So to talk about how money and open money can actually make a difference, here's just the juxtaposition and history from some of the Rothschild brothers saying, give me the power to issue a nation's money and I don't care who makes the laws. So of course, if we could turn this upside down and actually say, okay, yes, we, the people, can make the money, then we're kind of part of this democratic process that creates our economy and our society as a whole. And to do this, complementary currencies open the possibility to actually hack money in very different ways, so we can actually take it apart and by the textbook definition of the function of money, work money as a unit of account or as a means of exchange or as a store of value, and different currencies normally aim to cover some of these functions more or less or even exclusively, and not others, which is kind of the downfall of the money we use at the moment. And if we just look at the kinds of money that we think we have today, or that we actually concretely have, the notes and coins, which are very different and come from a different source than the central bank reserves that we actually never get to see, which is a kind of a second currency in use at the moment. And we have the commercial bank money, which is basically 97% of all the money in the world, which we always think is very similar to the bills and coins that we use and has something to do with government, where it has nothing to do with whatsoever. And that is one of the research fields that the New Economics Foundation tried to do some education and really make these ideas and the whereabouts of money more public. So my colleagues authored a book called Where Does Money Come From, which is kind of the standard textbook now on how money actually works and who creates it and what. And the interesting thing there, first of all, is if you ask people on the street where they think our money comes from, they would say the government. But actually, and this is even, like you find that if you look for it, you find it even in central bank documents, it's actually the private banks that are creating money. And we'll have this area with another presentation a bit later. And then you get people like the just ex-governor of the Bank of England saying the system that we have at the moment is actually the best, the worst one that we could have even thought of. So we're trying to really get to money that is better than the one we have at the moment. Now, if you look at what you have at the moment, there's this really weird little sentence, and it's hard to read now, but under the big Bank of England banner it says, I promise the bearer on demand the sum of £10, implying that if you take this note to the Bank of England, they will give you £10 back, which in our case at the moment will be just another bill of £10. So since there's nothing really backing this money democratically or in material form, there's no gold standard on our money anymore. Anything. This money we use at the moment is already just the promise. The promise on this note is really all there is. There's nothing backing this promise, which kind of really points to what Neil Ferguson puts in this beautiful sentence: money is not metal, it's the trust inscribed. So money really is a social relationship. And if we look at who can do these things at the moment, we have the banks and or the government who could create money. And there's different initiatives actually saying we should take it away from the private banks and make the government the issuer of money again. But we can also just move it further down the line, further down the pyramid, and let people create their own money. And that's what complementary currencies do in various fields. It's a whole range and scale. There's really grassroots initiatives, or there's actually a for-profit sector doing business-to-business currencies. Even corporations do currencies now. Amazon is launching their own currency. Google had the aim to do that, and at some point we'll all see that happening. So in our definition, currency is really just a unit system that facilitates collaboration in the community, and it's then of course up to deliberation what these collaborations should be about and what these communities are, and as the more open that is, the more powerful that will be. It's already happening, as I said, in many different systems. Brixton, Evagora has timings and LED systems, and there's hundreds and thousands of different currencies all around the world, and we're working on this at the moment in a big European project with 8 partners in 5 countries, also making this information a bit more available and characterizing what we're actually trying to achieve with these different currencies in different fields. And that's the top URL that you can have a look into there, and that's also where you find my personal contributions.
Thank you. Speaking of roulette, who's next? You can pay with Bitcoin in my local pub, which is crazy.
Thank you.
Great, Robin.
Thanks very much. So you came on really quick because I wanted to ask an interactive question. As well as using money and wearing clothes, we have in common the fact that we probably all have bank accounts. How many, by show of hands, are aware in September this year you will be able to switch your bank account within 7 days? So about a 20% response for an investment that the Payments Council have made over £600 million. You'll be seeing the adverts very shortly. On to what we do. Tusmore, for the last 8 years, we've been helping new entrants into the banking sector. We've actually built 2 new banks. The one that is still in existence and thriving is a bank called Metro Bank, so those of you in the London area will be well aware of it. Our concentration has been on reducing the barriers to entry, so more new banks with innovation can come into the market. So when you come to elect maybe 20% of you who are looking to switch your bank account in September, you will actually have a choice, which is what you don't have at the moment. So, major announcement, about 3 months ago. The political landscape has changed significantly, brought about by the straw that broke the camel's back, which was the LIBOR scandal from last summer. We have been engaged with the regulator, the FSA, now known as the FCA, for the last 12 months, identifying with them what the barriers to entry are, and those have been significantly reduced. As have the work that we've been doing with the Treasury, where we've engaged since December, where the barriers to entry to the UK payment system have also been reduced. This is very significant because the cost for a new entry in the banking system for providing you with new accounts is up to 10 times as much as it should be. Finally, the business innovation and skills that have been flowing money, or trying to, through quantitative easing into the system through the existing banking finally realised that that's not working, and they have said to us that they'd be willing to back the new entrants into the financial system. So after 8 years, this is quite substantial change. What do we do? So Tusmore have an incubation service, and we're now working with 5 new banks, which, fingers crossed, will be able to launch by the summer of next year. It's a tight deadline, and it is dependent on those new banks being able to raise the investment necessary to open the doors. The political change has been significant in that they are able to go to their investors now and say, instead of 100 million investment, we can open a bank in 10 million. These banks will run on the Tusmore banking platform. This banking platform will be shared amongst the new entrants, and therefore that will create significant savings. We will also be able to improve the speed to market from 30 months to 6 months. Again, significantly important for the investors of these new banks. Our aim, simply, is to create literally hundreds of new local banks. Various political parties have gone over to Germany and looked at the Sparkassen system of banking, which has survived globally the impact of the major changes, and we're looking to be able to replicate that. The current banking system, I won't surprise you, supports too big to fail, too big to sue, too big to manage, too big to audit. Smaller banks will change that. Now we're also working with like-minded people and organisations, what we call the Tusmore Partnership, and recently a Transforming Finance Charter was published. I can make all this information available to you if you want to know the specifics afterwards. This is a map of the current alternative finance system. Not something that we put together. I'd like to give a shout out to Emma Bartoli from Wall Street. Wall Street representing Wall Street without walls. So you can now go onto Wall Street's site and clearly see where the new entrants are coming from and where this intermediation is actually occurring. Lots of this is happening in an open space. Transparency is the word. Taking the data and giving it back to you so you can manage your money in a way that you haven't been able to do to date. That's all I'd like to say. If anyone's interested, you know where I am afterwards. Thank you.
Great, Alex.
Thanks. Okay, hi there. So I've got 5 minutes, but I'll try and keep it as short and sweet as possible. I'm here to talk to you about collaborative production, which is an idea that we invented when I was speaking with Sid, because he's interested in collaborative consumption. And that's essentially people coming together to consume products, specifically food. I'm going to be talking about people coming together to produce products, specifically food. Now, before I get onto this, I need to tell you guys something that's quite personal to me. It's about a cousin, my cousin Maisie, and Maisie was subjected to some experiments before she was born, which have actually left her infertile. Let me show you a picture. Here's Maisie. Maisie has been altered genetically with something called terminator technology. And what that means is if you decide to grow maize, you cannot keep the seeds and replant them the following year. If you're a maize producer or a producer of any food that has this technology within it, you're tied to buying seeds from the same about 10 global companies, and therefore the food production market is entirely dominated by an oligopoly. However, this technology, when it was first suggested, was not, it hasn't been released because it received a great deal of negative feedback, as I'm sure you can imagine, but it hasn't really solved the problem. The truth is that a few companies dominate food production the world over. And I'll just read you this little thing from Patrick Mulvaney, the co-chair of the UK Food Group. The diversity upon which local food systems depend is the product of human interaction with nature, specifically through the development of agricultural biodiversity and a wide range of genetic resources for food and agriculture, facilitated by their open exchange between peoples, communities, countries, and continents. These resources and their free availability is under threat from, amongst other things, their privatization. This has led to increased concentration of genetic resources for food and agriculture, with only 10 corporations controlling more than 30% of global seed sales. And he goes on to point out that actually in the case of maize, which is one of the most widely eaten foodstuffs, it's actually 90% of global food sale, of global seed sales are in the hands of this small, extraordinarily powerful oligopoly. The other side of this coin is that also, not only is the production end dominated by a few massive companies, but the retail end is dominated by a few massive companies. The big supermarkets that we're all aware of. And what this means is that the food which we rely on is the whole process is part of a cycle which is heavily dominated and controlled by a few powerful organizations. Now this is true for many things, but if I took away everybody's phone in the room, some positive things would come out of that, some negative things would come out of it. If I take away everybody's food, it's going to end up badly in the long run. Now, the solution, what's the solution? Well, there are many, and I'm sure there are many people here who are involved in some interesting solutions the world over. I'm interested in what happens in my village, in my town, in my community, and this is our solution. This is the solution of many people in the West. These are people who've opted, they've all got jobs behind desks, etc., but they've opted to, rather than pushing a trolley around Tesco's for 4 hours on a Saturday, they push a rake around the field. And in the process, they share and grow a number of things with each other. Well, what do they share? They share their time. They share their energy. They share their knowledge. They share seeds. And they obviously share the produce. And what do they grow? Well, they grow sustenance that they can live off of, but they also grow skills. They grow healthier, they grow friendships, and they grow community. Now, I think this is more than just a way for a few middle-class people to get a bit of extra fresh air, although it is that, and it's a good way of doing that. But I also think that it's a little touch, a little taste of a global revolution in the way people think about and approach food, which is one of the most essential, vital things which we all rely on. It's a form of personal micro-democracy where people are voting with their wallets, and they're voting with their shovels, and they're voting with their trowels. And they're creating sustenance, but it's sustenance in the form of community as well as food, and it allows them to provide on a very deep level for themselves and their families. And that's all I've got to say.
Hi, so if Alex is talking about production, I'm going to talk about consumption. I think you probably see that in our relative sizes, who's doing the production and who's doing the consumption, I think. Where's the clicker? So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Grub Club. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Grub Club. It's a company I set up, and also about the field in which we operate in, which is collaborative consumption. So Grub Club is a platform for food entrepreneurs. On one hand, we introduce them to underused, underutilized space around London, and on the other, we introduce them to paid foodies and give them feedback on their idea. We've been running since about January this year, and we work with a whole range of amazing chefs who do delicious food. If I had to choose one story, I'd tell you about Kane Moore. So Kane Moore is a relatively young chef who just loves duck confit. He wants to set up a business around vacuum-packed duck confit, and he's using, which he wants to supply to supermarkets and shops and whatnot in the future. He's using Grub Club
in order to build his brand name and also to gain customer traction. And I think he's got a brilliant brand name. It's called Config Comme Ça, which I think is pretty clever. And he's also using us to get feedback on his ideas. So each time he does an event with us, he does 4 different types of duck config. And he gets live feedback from people there about what they like and what they don't like. And the idea behind it is that hopefully when he comes to getting his product into supermarkets, he's got it to a fairly high level. Which leads me, let me see if I can get this to work. Which leads me into collaborative consumption. Because Kane actually obviously doesn't own any of these spaces, he accesses them via Grub Club. And that's one of the ethos, I guess, behind collaborative consumption, which is a model which is about access instead of ownership. And I guess if you look at products in the future, you'll be looking at not just its resale value, but also its borrowable value or shareable value. And I think individuals will become sharing centers in the future, in the same way companies have profit centers. And it's going to be what you are giving back to the community as well as what you're taking. I mean, obviously there are a lot of companies out there that I'm sure all of you are aware of, like Airbnb and Zipcar and Streetbank. All of you heard of Streetbank? Hands up? Oh wow, not that many. Well, so you guys should definitely need to have a look at it. As opposed to the other 2 companies out there, they are not profit driven, and it's about sharing products and services in your local community. Very interesting idea, they're growing fast, and hopefully they're going to get a lot bigger soon as well. And here are 3 companies you may or may not have heard of that are on their way. Victor, Rover, Sofa, sounds like a call sign. Sofa sounds quite an interesting company because what they do is they allow you to open up your home for people to have concerts, mini concerts with 20 or 30 people. It's quite an intimate atmosphere and it's great for up and coming musicians, bands to get started on their musical journey to Justin Bieber, Nirvana, I guess. Then you have Victor, which is a company at the other end of the social and economic spectrum to me, because it's about making money out of your spare private jet, which I'm sure is a problem all of you face. So if you take a flight, if someone rents a private jet from London to say Nice, that plane still has to go back to London, and generally that plane flies empty. And what Victor does is try to make money out of that underutilized jet seat, if you like. You could argue it's good for the economy, good for the environment in some strange way. There's Rover, which is quite an interesting company, I think. They've just launched, I think, recently in America, and what they are is a platform for dog lovers. So if you are a dog owner and you're looking for a dog sitter or a dog walker, this is a marketplace that connects you with other dog lovers who can't afford to have a dog because they don't have the space or they're in the city for a short period of time, so can't really have a dog. So it's a nice place to bring people together. And some ideas are not yet born, although one of them I was thinking about this week, which Ed spoke about, which is an app. I was thinking possibly there could be an app out there for people to find and buy food that's just about to go off. So say you have 3 tomatoes in your fridge, you can upload it to an application and someone can come pick it up from your house and pay for it, or even take it for free. So or if you cooked too much lasagna in one evening, you can invite someone around to polish it off, or you can even sell it to them. Another idea I was thinking about was for hairdressers and nailers. Perhaps there's no need for someone, for a hairdresser to go and pay expensive rates to cut someone's hair on high street. There's no reason why they can't do it at home. Same thing with nailing. That's a word. I'm not really sure. Are there any other suggestions of other ideas that you think that could be on its way? Does anyone else have any other ideas? Or should we leave it to the end?
Think of an idea.
Yeah, have a think.
Thank you.
I've got one last slide actually. So I think some capital, something like collaborative consumption is good news for recovering capitalists like me for 3 reasons. One, obviously we know it's a model that makes money, which is always a good thing. Two, I think it helps you make the most of the things around you. So over the last 10 years, the economy has been growing at quite a large pace until it crashed quite spectacularly. And I think a lot of us have products that we don't want anymore. And there's a lot of retail space that was created that we don't need. And I think collaborative consumption sort of puts that to good use. And finally, the reason that I like it a lot and I'm passionate about it is that it allows small businesses to compete with big companies. It sort of levels the playing field. And I'm a big fan of big business. I think for the most part, they're good for the economy, they're good for society. They train a lot of people, they hire a lot of people. For the most part, they pay tax. So I think they do, they have a positive force in the society, but at the same time, I don't think it makes any sense or it's not useful to anyone to have an endless array of brands on our high street. And I think we need a lot of diversification in there, and hopefully Grub Club is one small solution to answering that problem.
Thank you, Sid. Great. Up next, could you click the clicker on one? Okay.
After you.
Okay. Are we just getting your slides together? Wow, this is amazing. I'm overwhelmed. I'm definitely coming to Grub Club. Yeah, I think so we've just got the last two presenters now, which is making and architecture, I believe. And then we're going to have a little bit of a discussion, because I think there's so many overlaps between all our different areas, particularly collaborative consumption, community-based decision making. But then, yeah, if you guys can be ready with your questions, we'll open it up to the floor as quick as possible. Great, Alistair.
Thank you. I'm going to yak too much, and James is going to yak too little. Hopefully, you've got to interrupt a lot. So we're both from 00, a design studio, and I want to talk about production and this open hardware movement, which I'm sure you're familiar with. It's funny that when we talk about disruption of technology and industrial revolutions and so forth, we tend to still focus very hard on the first, technologies that go higher or faster or bigger, which is weird because actually we all know, and certainly we all know, that the technologies that are actually really changed our social network equation in our everyday lives, but actually not first, so for everyone. Where they absolutely lowered thresholds of cost and time and skill in doing stuff. And, obviously the printing press and the spinning jenny to the Model T Ford, and that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with open licensing. And the one, of course, which you definitely know of through all the hype, is 3D printing. I love this quote from George Orwell, which is a reminder, really, that actually we should be really, really interested in these really mundane diffusion technologies, because they're the technologies that actually cause the massive social disruptions and changes in our lives. Both stuff that we might not approve of, like code, but also stuff we approve of, like women's rights. And the big shift that's happening right now, apart from the web, is this massive diffusion of production technologies. Effectively, we're saying that these micro factories, 3D printers, CNC machines are suddenly diffusing and becoming very, very cheap and widely available. So the idea of the factory as a single location somewhere in the world is beginning to not be the only idea in the room. And we all know what's kind of associated with this idea that actually the whole of 20th century politics was around pricing and community production. And this is what it looks like for us, which is design a product, find a factory on the other side of the world with the cheapest labor available and ship the product back. And that's all changing. Suddenly we're moving into this environment where if you want something potentially actually increasing number of goods, you'll be able to download and 3D print for yourself. Now that is not an industrial revolution in and of itself. It might just mean that your next Nike trainer you won't get at the shop, or just download it and make it for yourself at home. I'm sure we'll get an emergence of a whole load of companies, like essentially the hardware equivalent of Facebook, who are hugely participative, but behind the scenes they own your ads, right? So this is the revolution potential that comes with it. is that at the same time what happens is you start getting products which are being generated and shared under open licenses, which are freely shared by everyone, and they developed by communities. So you take the product, you hack it and improve it, then reshare it. Effectively what this enables is a world in which products behave a bit like Darwin's finches. It's not no longer one size fits all. Because they're lowering these thresholds of time, cost and skill that we need to get access to stuff. And so the particular project, one particular project that we're working on is this project called WikiHouse, where we're trying to apply this to a pretty obvious problem, which is the housing crisis, which is not just a housing crisis of access, it's also a crisis of quality, sustainability and debt, as we experience it. And effectively, I'll try and skip through these very quickly, but effectively we're trying to develop a set of online design tools which enable you to, at a very few clicks of a switch, design a house which is suited to your needs, fitted to your local site. At the click of a switch generates some cutting files and effectively using CNC machines, which are all ever more cheaper, effectively to print out parts for a house from standard sheet material like plywood. You can see our kind of plywood fetish here. And effectively, the parts are numbered up, and what you end up with is a kind of open source IKEA kit, but on the scale of a whole house. You don't need any kind of construction skill, you can just come together with your friends or your family, and you can make it. You don't need any bolts, it goes together using wedge and peg connections, which we stole from the Japanese in the 14th century, thank you. And what you end up with in about a day is a kind of small house like this. And we're currently working on, we've built lots of prototypes, we're currently working on trying to build the first complete house. The idea is, of course, as the project goes on, we're going to start developing open products, open solutions, not just to the problem of the house, but to the surrounding problems like water, energy, and so forth. Other people are already working on. So this is one of those problems we're working on. We're trying to make essentially a high performance energy relay, which you can make for about half or a third of the cost of buying. And basically, the interesting element of doing a project like this is that now we make it completely open, and we and a bunch of others have made all these various prototypes all around the world, which raises really interesting organisational issues, because it's not really enough just to share the open content. Actually, you've got to really look to the own structure of your own organisation. So we're trying to be deeply open so that in a way WikiHouse can't be owned and it can't be monopolised by us. So that other groups around the world can take WikiHouse and start developing their own chapters, their own houses based on their own needs. And so really, really thinking about the level of democracy of governance of the organisational economy that we're creating. This is where James, I'll shut up.
Yeah, thank you. So, I'm a software developer, and when I came into the 0.0 orbit, I think I understand what being inspired by the sort of WikiHouse stuff and thinking around digital fabrication can be done there. Me and working with a small team, we were interested in what we could do with that, something specific. We wanted to build a company, so something commercial, something sort of specific. Well, WikiHouse is big picture visionary and fully open. We wanted to apply the same ideas and try and make money. So in that, we were sort of looking at this digital manufacturing area and thinking about ideas from open source software and from the social web and how to apply those ideas to this space. So specifically things like attribution, continuous integration, reputation systems. So if you look at those, say in open source software with attribution, when people commit code to a project, that carries a bunch of metadata about who did what. You can use that information for all sorts of things. You can pump money through it, you can reward people, you can build your personal reputation. So where's that in product design at the moment? With continuous integration, again in open source software, what that means is every time somebody pushes a change or an improvement to their software, there's an automatic system which runs some tests to make sure everything still works, and then just automatically deploys a new release of the software. So companies doing sort of web startups and so forth use this. It means that they deploy many times a day. Whereas if you look at, say, manufacturing, product design, companies traditionally would have 6 months or many-year product cycles. So when you come from an open source mindset of continuous integration, what would it mean to apply that to manufacturing product design? So those are the kind of, that's the mindset we came with, and then we looked into a few different businesses. We looked at doing an iTunes for 3D printers, and we looked at doing a crowdsourcing website where people could feed in ideas for products, but what we actually came to was to make a web platform which is a marketplace for local manufacturing. And specifically what we wanted to do is allow people to design products for digital manufacturing, for digital fabrication, like the CNC cutting that Alistair showed you, and then to be able to buy that product on the website and have it made locally too. So if we just go back one slide. So to make that platform, first thing you need is a network of makers so that the products can be made near you. And that's what we do at first, which is Fab. So this is a global network of digital fabricators across a different range of technologies. And then the next thing that you need is products designed for digital fabrication. So this is what we shipped most recently, which is OpenDesk. It's a small range of CNC cuttable furniture. We've released it on open source license, so you can use it for free. If you have the capability, you can make it yourself. It's a Creative Commons non-commercial license, so we impose a restriction that you can't use it commercially. Or, as most consumers want to, if you just want the product, you can use this website to get it made for you. So we've been building a checkout process where you choose the form of your product, you find a maker near you, that gives you a price and you can buy it. So it's as close to a current consumer experience as possible. Actually, until you've heard it's distributed manufacturing. So this is where we're at with it. Now, our vision is to then turn this into a web platform where anybody can publish designs and more makers can sign up, and we move out of the picture. At the moment, we design products and we're managing, hand-holding the manufacturers to be able to do this. We've sold maybe 100 desks. We have about 100 verified makers. We have 15 makers who've quoted our full product range and can now make these desks reliably around the world, South America, Far East, America, etc. The real thing to make this kind of platform work to then platformize it is that we need more products and we need to then go into different product categories. And for instance, fashion is a really interesting category for us. But then at that point, what we're talking about is user-generated content design, and we're talking about using reputation to replace our role in handling it. And so those two key concepts, again from open and social web, are what's going to allow us to make this platform, which unlocks a different way of selling and buying products.
And the twist is actually that this isn't new, and this is the important thing to remember with this idea, because we tend to get terribly excited about it. Doesn't like that, does it? It's good, I think. Is that actually what, someone said in the Economist article on the Third Industrial Revolution, they said actually the Third Industrial Revolution is looking more like a return to the cottage industries of the 19th century, and that's sort of what we're doing. But economically, that's really, really important. The idea that what we're doing is creating seriously easy to use, seriously complex tools where we can take complex design information, for example, like high performance products, and make them incredibly easy to use by effectively making them as shareable as a piece of code, which you can then download and replicate. Effectively, by doing that, what we're doing is tackling probably one of the biggest things we face right now, which is effectively the idea that in order to get something, you've got to pay for it, in order to pay for it, you've got to take up debt. So, by, if you like, building tools for the social economy and seeing them as the producers, we're recognizing that in a world where increasingly it seems like the institutions and the market and the state are increasingly unable to provide for our physical well-being, they're unable to provide us with houses and so forth. Actually, increasingly we can create sets of commons which are democratically governed. Effectively, the bigger version of this is, as we put it, the Wikipedia of stuff. And that sounds huge now. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get to do it. We've put a final slide on here, which we're not doing. That sounds incredibly utopian, but there's some really, really interesting practical challenges around it. One, open is not free. How do you create an economy for people's time where this actually works? It's not altruism based, right? Two, I would say, is liability. How, when open source software goes wrong, people lose money. When open source hardware goes wrong, people lose limbs. It's a really big problem. The third one is actually how do you do open ventures around this stuff? What's it look like for a company to form? So it's not just volunteers, actually, how do you organise, for example, the governance of these organisations? So that you're not just doing open products, but being created by hierarchical organisations. And also the broader economics around each product. So in the case of housing, you can't talk about housing without talking about actually the rights and access to land. How do you start doing product certification on health and safety and building regulations and planning systems? So we're going to actually have to begin to redesign those, if you like, broader democratic things to unlock the potential of these sorts of technologies to actually become like a really substantive part of what democracy might look like. And the final one is to come all the way back around to the beginning, which is, we actually, in a funny kind of way, open licensing doesn't matter. We tend to get incredibly caught up in the stuff around CC licensing and so forth, but actually the really powerful thing is designing down the thresholds of time, cost, skill, and, if you like, the social barriers. In other words, if you want something to succeed, you've got to just basically make it easier. That's it. Thanks so much.
Wow. Okay, well, actually, Alistair, I thought, brilliant. Maybe we should start by addressing those questions that you've raised. Has anyone in the panel got questions for each other, seen links between each other's work, got any thoughts on things like how do we monetize open? I'll throw it up to you guys.
So they use a microphone and sat right next to you. I was wondering if you'd heard about 3D printing in healthcare tech. So someone came to the last hack day and they wanted to make mock-ups of individual people's brains, so you could practice procedures, and their stumbling block was how difficult it is to talk to 3D printers, not the kind of technology, just kind of the platform level growth, talk about that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know at King's College there's some really interesting research into 3D printing code, and there's a whole range of stories that come out regularly about printing skin and liver and all this and so forth. So there's just enormous advances. And one of the main use cases, one of the things that's actually going to be using 3D printers at the moment is healthcare, dentistry, which is a use case. So yeah, I mean, there's a researcher at King's
Yeah, and I'd say actually more broadly it's a perfect illustration because it's actually not about bone. I mean, bone is fascinating. It's about the economics around this. Again, this is the powerful thing about the NHS. Disrupting the NHS is changing the economic realities of those people. So actually, where this stuff becomes really, really powerful is those situations where either it can only be generally the historic rule of industry was that either you have it made for you specifically or it's one size fits all. Which is why we all drink the same shape of Coke bottle. It's why we all live in timeless. One of the reasons why we all live in basically identical houses and so on and so forth. Of course, architecture, but equally things like prosthetics, are perfect archetypal examples where, prosthetics especially, where the product has historically completely failed because we've never had the economy to be able to scale in a high way. But the twist on that also comes back to licensing. So we can say, cool, we're going into this world of super customization because ultimately every house is different depending on its climate, its site, its location, its user. Every prosthetic is different. But what was weird is that, and you might want to correct me on this, one of the issues around prosthetics was actually a lot of the red tape. So I was just saying around stuff around certification. So there's some guys over in America who are working on this. And they realised that even if they invented something, it would take them years and years and years to get to market because they have to fight their way through the red tape. So actually open licensing was an alternative to them, where they just said, look, screw it, we'll publish this, we're not liable. But of course it rapidly increased the speed with which actually this stuff was diffused and disseminated. Which, by the way, isn't the reason to get rid of regulation. It's a reason to have to rethink how are we going to make sure that the stuff we make is healthy and safe in this new world.
Yes, so this is a question that comes back to this whole thread that sort of started things off, which is around ethics, which is all of the kind of open technology, new types of money, new types of banking, all facilitate tremendous change. But how does that change? The question came up when we're talking about monetizing things, because it seems to me that it would be nice in a utopia, in like a utopian vision, a utopian dream. It would be nice to exist in a situation where money, which is after all just an alternative to something valuable, could be replaced by valuable things. And how does all of this relate to that? I mean, what I was talking about, open agriculture, it's like somebody could take a day off work each week, so they only work 4 days a week, and they could conceivably grow enough food to potentially earn back a considerable amount of the money that they lose from the day off. And they also get the exercise and the community value, etc. How does that relate to the rest of this? Can we move away from the reliance on money, and does it influence people's relationship with greed? Or is it just a mechanism for greedy people to get rich?
No, I think that's a great point. Anyone want to respond to that?
Just one small point is that I think what we're seeing in a few of these examples is an increase in transparency. So in your examples on screen, we're seeing the supply chain become more and more transparent. That data and the granularity of that data is perhaps something that can unlock more trading and bartering, because the money exists which you can't chop up a cow. There's lots of ideas in this kind of finance space around alternative currencies, around how you can reward people using that data, how you can push money through the system. If you build reputation, if you help other people, if that data is available and that's transparent, then you know who you want to trade with, and you know that they're going to reward you, and so forth. So perhaps.
So what's the upshot of that?
The upshot of that,
like socially, or in terms of people.
Well, I think maybe that kind of, in a sense, maybe it's that money is slightly redundant, and it becomes designed out of the system in a way. You don't necessarily need to explicitly make that transaction there, because in a way, you're making data rather than money.
I'm sorry that I couldn't touch upon all these points in my presentation, but it's really, what we do is not about money, because it's actually this downfall of the money we know that it has all these properties of pretending to be valuable or whatever, or sort of gold or not gold, and saying make it something valuable in the end. In the end, it's really about accounting and socially accounting for each other.
Even
so
gold
the currencies we print.
But just saying, even gold, except in an aesthetic position, it's not really
That's why we're not about gold at all. Most of our currencies are really social accounting, and it looks from the outside, it looks as if people do stuff for free for each other. There is just this information technology, and the currencies we talk about are really just information systems about what has gone on. And we don't propose that for a family or a very tight-knit community, but as soon as you want to scale, you will have to have information about what people do, and what they don't, and what they need, and what they offer. And that's where these new currencies just make the connections in a very, well, sometimes we say monetizing the community's assets, but without the backlog of what we think about money, it's actually a good kind of monetization instead of this old locking it into these power structures that we have around money at the moment. So in a way, this is the fundamental open step to take, and many of the other technologies are kind of just locked in. When you say if you build a house, you need land. If you say that, I say, well, how do you purchase land? What are the contractual frameworks that we have created in society, and how do they go across politics and economy and banking and money and all these things? So this is the ultimate hack.
Great, thanks. I think should we open it up to the floor? It's been quite a long day. You guys are probably ready to answer some questions.
Yeah, on the money question for you, there was you can back currencies with acres of rainforest, for instance.
Sorry?
You can back currencies by acres of rainforest, for instance.
Right.
You can back it by ecological value. Additional currencies, digital currencies, have been backed by pressed flowers. That's a completely different field. So you can do lots of creative things with currencies onwards. My question is really related to the interdisciplinary nature of all the groups within the framework of the Open Institute. One thing that really kind of annoys me with the term collaborative consumption, which which always seems to me like kind of a cool way to catch TV or something like that, is the fact that what you have in the social enterprise sector is you have lots of startups often sharing very common infrastructure, competing with each other without any ability to cooperate or any incentive to cooperate. So for instance, just in this plan here, there's a producer of food, a consumer of food, retail space, and even furniture thing. And I hate to plug things, but I've got a project, for instance, which would use all of those, right? It's kind of festivals to celebrate local growing. So I want food club stuff in there. I did it last year, but I don't have the capacity to do it. So within the context of like an open institute, and even the finance stuff, which builds upon sort of the way that in business you can quite easily sort of use money to put teams together, incentivize them, and just say, oh, I'm an investor, bang, 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 off you go, in 3 months, off you run, because you have the currency. If we do have a proper resource open institute, and that doesn't mean a building to me, that means first of all the law, the collaborative systems and so forth. I could contact you guys and go, could you come together and co-market each of your activities and that's what we're missing.
Today, right now. Bringing everyone together.
Yes, but what seems to always happen is you have conferences, you have panel discussions, you have the people come together and they go away, and the hardcore, and you maybe get some funding, and then you make a building, and then you do more workshops and more conferences. You never invest in software, you never invest in legal issues, you never invest in the key incentives that put these things together.
I think that's a really valid point that you both today. Should we get a few more questions from the audience and then we can discuss? Yeah.
It's kind of almost more of a statement, really, but I can phrase it as a question. I was very happy that Alistair brought up, like, in order for open source principal houses to scale, for example, we need to change the whole access to land issue. I guess the question is, do you agree that in order for all open things to scale, in fact, we need to tackle some of the really big things like land ownership and the banking system and stuff? Because, take Linux, for example, roughly 70% of the code of Linux was written by paid employees of big corporates like IBM. And most people can't afford, because they've got to pay their rent and they've got to buy food and all this sort of stuff, most people can't afford to contribute all the time to the commons. But if there was a whole different paradigm on ownership or stewardship of land, for example, like that's a big one that has barely been mentioned, so thank you for bringing it up. Unless we tackle those big issues, open can never scale. Do you agree?
Yeah. Should we take a couple more and then just a couple more and then we'll discuss them all. Jump in.
Yeah, one thing I've had to notice with a number of speakers is that a lot of this isn't new at all. In fact, the whole open, the comms and everything like that, that's quite well known. Looking at the setting up of Freetown in Sierra Leone back in the 18th century, that was done the idea that people moving in there would contribute work and like a core-based system, which went back to the Middle Ages. If you look at the Italian and Renaissance towns, how they organise their irrigation, there are a lot of open models there. But one of the things that's happened is that the kind of expanding commodity capitalist economy has pushed all these out to the margins. And just like gentleman just here was saying, when we look at the amount of squatted land that's going around in London 10 years ago, 20 years ago compared to now, actually, in a very practical way, the opportunities of people to live rent-free have been reduced dramatically. And a lot of those people living rent-free, producing all sorts of things for society, which just wasn't recognised. Well, that's just my contribution.
No, that's great. Any more questions? And then we'll just quickly discuss and wrap up. Yeah.
The thing about money, it is just a medium for exchange. And at the present time,
We don't have the larger tools that used to be complementary across of all the reasons that everybody's just discussed. So one of the things that we're looking at, and you perhaps are talking about, is, for instance, if your saving account is used to help fund local green electricity, why would you not get your purchase as units of electricity instead of money? So generally, in the next 10 years or so, I would see banks, as opposed to being what they are today, a barter medium that people can use across, hundreds of clients, and therefore extend, but go back in time, but go forward in time at the same time.
Great. Okay. One last one, and then we'll discuss land, bartering.
I'm surprised in the context of open, we haven't had more discussion of commons. At land, that's an easy bridge to it. We talk about energy infrastructure earlier. Anne-Marie talked about data. I think they're inseparable. Going back to what is the resource that allows this to scale, what is the resource that society can build off of to make such change. What do people, and this is a self-interested question, because as you know, the context of today is us to actually make recommendations back to the mayor about how to invest public funds, which I would say are a form of commons, into new commons for the open movement. So I put it to the panel, what are those commons from your perspective?
Brilliant. Okay. Alison, do you want to kick off and respond to that?
Yeah, I think to respond really incisive on that. There's only one thing I would disagree with, which is this thing that money is just a method of exchange. I don't think you meant this, but it's not actually. Money is not just a method of exchange, it's also a method of engineering scarcity. So when in the case of, specifically the case of land, is a good way to talk about it, right? Land once it becomes scarce, which will create scarcity in planning systems and so forth, you then get speculation creates extra scarcity and so forth. So the core power of commons, which I think David is absolutely right to bring up, is not that they change money, that they're against business or for business, or that they are necessarily prioritising social production and production led by social and intrinsic values rather than production generated by extrinsic values, although they do that. The core thing about commons is that they take certain costs off the table. They say, actually, don't worry about this. And so my serious goal, having been involved in the OI all the way through, if there's one serious thing that the OI should do in London, is realistically, the single biggest cost that inhibits most of us in our lives is rent. Like housing, obviously, okay, that's a difficult one to crack, we're working on it, I promise. But actually also access to space and stuff like this. So weirdly, physical commons, we need to talk about much more cleverly about commons, but we could do a lot worse than have physical commons.
Yeah, I agree, definitely agree. Any other thoughts on the future of commons in the light of today's discussions?
I guess my example of the NHS or open health in general is a little bit more isolated than other examples, because the wonderful thing about the NHS, as you all know, is free at the point of care. So we already kind of have this kind of money-free healthcare consumption, because really, there's money poured in at one end, then people receive free care. So the users never think about it. And this nonsense at the moment about whether we should charge a GP for anything, it's not kind of raising revenue, it's just kind of keeping track of where we are. So in the NHS, what money should go into, I think, is making better use of the money we already have. Everyone goes on about how the NHS doesn't really have any money, doesn't have any money for tech. That's actually not true at all. It really does. We're locked into these stifling long software contracts. You can't, there's one example I forgot to mention in the talk. 96 GP practices across England using one piece of software, which I shan't name. The people who make that software decided to pull out of the GP market, and they gave 6 months notice. And then not. So that doesn't really work. So for me, sort of open source or openness in health would help avoid those problems in the future. So I would use the money to stimulate innovation in this area, make everything better, get lots of people making lots of things, and then the good ones just rise to the top. So it's tricky because the money that we're seeing is not direct for the users or the consumers. We don't think about that in healthcare. But we need to keep it free of cash.
Okay, any other points?
With regard to commons and finance, the biggest opportunity is in the payment system. It's a current review of it. The payment system in the UK is currently owned by the top 5 challenge to the Mayor of London, who is a great supporter of the city for some very good reasons, is how about making this, lowering the threshold to access the payment system. It's quite revolutionary, but it's currently owned by 5 private banks.
Great, thanks. Okay, one last point, and then
Yeah, with regards to the future of the commons, it seems to me that actually what's going on here, rather than a process of determining what new commons need to be created, it's a process of joining together pre-existing commons, expanding those, perhaps creating new ones, and creating, you could call it an umbrella, a spider web. But when I think about commons, I think, well, we're talking about open, and it occurred to me that a good analogy was this building. If this building were 100% open, it wouldn't have a roof or any walls, and it would cease to exist. So it needs to have those things, it needs to have some kind of structure to it. And then if we say, okay, well now it exists, but we're going to let it open to everyone, well, when we've got two problems that we're facing. One of them is, if everybody in London wants to come in, it's not going to be open because the space is not ample, it's going to get full up, and it won't no longer be open. And the other thing is, if people want to come in and fly tip and fill it with junk and then move away, it's no longer open. So it seems to me that what the Open Institute first and foremost needs to focus on is establishing methods of creating structured commons that are ample in size for the people who want to use them, which when it comes to data is possible, and which are also have a certain set of rules, basically, that people need to follow. It's open, but it's not open to you if you're going to abuse it. And these three things, in my opinion, are ethics. I think it's the central goal is to create ethical principles which can be expanded and rolled out into any project which wants to consider itself open. And then if somebody comes along and says, hey, I'm open, you say, well, is that a brand, or is it really what we consider to be open? And then when open does become a brand, where everybody's going around saying they're open, well, people can say, okay, well, if you say you're open, are you part of the Open Institute? That's the stamp that says, actually, this is for real. This isn't just somebody saying, oh, I'm open, come and buy my products. So I think that's the key.
I think that's a great point to finish on. Thanks, Alex. Yeah, so let's continue the discussion over some drinks. There's so many more debates to happen. I want the manufacturing, fashion talk to happen. I'd just like you to join me in thanking all our amazing panelists. It's been an incredible session. Thanks, guys.
Okay, the cat's out the bag. The beer's on ice, so I'm not going to hold your attention for long, and I won't try to. I won't try and neatly wrap up what's been an incredible day of kind of ideas and thoughts and debates and unanswered questions. All I will say is this is a real opportunity. The challenges of open are real, but also there has been a commitment from the central government through the GLA. Stephanie's sat here and listened all day. We need to go back and seize this opportunity with tangible proposals about what to do. So can I charge you all with whichever means, whichever way in, through the website, through Twitter, through email addresses you have, please do reflect on today and come back to us with what would make a difference to you. What actually are those commons, maybe commons, what are those protocols, standards, infrastructures, networks? What really could we invest, say, £50 million of our money, of the UK's money, in to create opportunity to bring about some of the things we'd like to see in the world. So thank you very much. Thank you to Mother again, and Sarah and all her team for hosting us. Thanks to all the OI team, Tessie, Laura, Nkechi, Matt, everyone, and the bar's open. Thank you.